Call a meeting of the Camarillo City Council to order. Ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Kildee.
Here.
Councilmember Santangelo.
Here.
Councilmember Tremblay. Here. Vice Mayor Mulchay.
Present.
Mayor Craven.
Here. We're meeting at 4:30 because we have a closed session. I'll ask the city attorney to give the circumstances under which we're going into closed session.
Yes, we have two closed sessions today. One is a conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. That's initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 549, 56.9D4. Number of potential cases is 1. And the second closed session is a conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. That's pursuant to Government Code Section 549, 56.9D1. The name of the case is MDL 2804 opiate litigation, and that's venued in the Northern District of Ohio.
Okay, is there anybody member of the public who'd like to speak to us? It isn't that I don't see anybody coming forward, I don't see anybody out there, so we will move forward and recess into closed session. We'll be back for regular business at 5 p.m.
I'd like to call to order the Camarillo Library Board. Let the record reflect that all board members are present, and Mr. Mulchay, will you lead us in the flag salute, please?
Proudly. Everyone, please stand. Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, do we have any amendments to the agenda? None? Okay. We'll move ahead to the consent calendar.
Move the approval.
Second.
A motion and a second. Please vote. Passes unanimously. Do we have a staff report today?
Yes, we do have Maggie Nazar, our City Library Director, with us tonight to give just a couple brief comments.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and staff. For November, we hosted a Thank a Veteran program in our Adult Services Department. Patrons were invited to write a thank you card for the veteran in our community. These letters will be presented to local veterans tomorrow at the Veterans Day ceremony. Next week is finals week for many high school students. Our youth services team is offering de-stressing activities after school, which will feature calming crafts, meditation and mindfulness, and games. Even with reduced hours, staff is noticing pre-pandemic trends with students who are coming into study and are using our resources for their school education. We are also noticing with our library, cafe, and Friends Bookstore open to 5 days a week, we're seeing more foot traffic in the building. And today with me, I have Chief Library Officer Jennifer Giltrop, who is here with us to spend the day tomorrow for our Staff and Service Day. This is an annual staff training and development day, and we're able to do this without impacting the public as it's Veterans Day, and we would be closed anyway. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? No? Okay. Thank you. Any other comments from the board? Okay, we'll adjourn.
All right, call this meeting of the Camarillo Sanitary District to order. Let the record reflect that all directors are present. Do we have any amendments to the agenda? Hearing none, do we have any public comments? Seeing none, we move on to the consent calendar.
I'll move the approval of consent.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the consent calendar. Please vote. And that motion is adopted unanimously. Let's see, any oral communications by staff? Any oral communications by directors? Mrs. Craven?
Yes, the Winter Conference of the California Association of Sanitation Agencies will be coming up in January. I'll remind council members, it's the only place you're going to learn anything about any of this stuff. It's just not at the league, so I highly recommend that you attend.
Thank you, Mrs. Craven. I will echo that, particularly since, in Utilities Committee, I've been working with the Vice Mayor. We have a lot of wastewater treatment plant and process improvements ahead of us in the coming years. Also, I'll just note that I'm on the statewide board for California Association of Sanitation Agencies, and I just attended a strategic planning retreat on Sunday and Monday of this week regarding that. It was a good session. All right, any other oral communications? If not, we'll adjourn this meeting of the Sanitary District.
Call the meeting of the Camarillo City Council to order and ask the record to reflect that all council members are present. Are there any amendments to this agenda? I would like to pull from the consent calendar item, I think it's P. Where are my notes? Item P, Disdar Holiday Park, treating lighting. Is there anything else? Okay. we have public comments twice now, I guess. That's different than it's been in the past. Or on this agenda, okay, I'm going by the wrong agenda, sorry. There are no presentations, so we're down to the consent calendar minus item P.
Madam Mayor?
Would you like,
Oh, go ahead. Oh, I was going to say, I'll move approval of the consent calendar items 3 through O and Q and R, so excluding item P.
Okay.
I'll second.
It's a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries unanimously. Which brings us to item P on the consent calendar. I pulled it and yes, let's have a short report, and then I will tell what my concerns are, and we do have a member of the public who would like to speak to us. But I'd like to get my concerns out first. So could we have the report?
Absolutely, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Craven, and council members. For you and the public, I'm George Winkler, the Economic Development Coordinator with the City of Camarillo. So in Camarillo, the annual tree lighting at Disdar Park has been a long-standing holiday tradition. Traditionally, the former Camarillo Chamber of Commerce managed the tree lighting while also partnering with other organizations to coordinate an event that historically attracted up to 700 people in the Camarillo Old Town. Our most recent professional services agreement with the former Camarillo Chamber of Commerce included in its scope of services the annual Christmas tree lighting at Disdar Park. The goal from an economic development perspective was to encourage shopping in Camarillo Old Town while also supporting the high quality of life in the area for its residents. In 2020, the COVID pandemic began, and the events-based professional services agreement with the Camarillo Chamber was canceled. Shortly afterwards, the Camarillo Chamber merged with the Oxnard Chamber of Commerce to form what we now know as the West Ventura County Business Alliance. The alliance was discussed at our September 17th Economic Development and Land Use Committee meeting, and in short, they will not be entering into a professional services agreement with the city due to its advocacy nature of this new organization. So while the alliance will continue to conduct some activities previously associated with the prior agreement, without an agreement with the city or financial report or support, it will no longer continue activities like this holiday tree lighting. So the committee, with this understanding, recommended that staff investigate the possibility of a tree lighting at Disdar Park. As recommended, staff investigated the tree lighting and conducted an informal bid process for the lighting of the 85-foot tree. The lowest responsive and responsible bidder to light the tree is called B Merry Christmas Lights, who offered their services for $6,000. So if this maintenance agreement is approved by council, the contractor will decorate the tree with C9 Christmas lights that are controlled by a photocell timer. The timer will turn on when the lights at sundown and will run for about 6 hours. These lights will be installed in the beginning of December and will be removed by the end of January. So the involvement of staff through this process will be limited to public works staff who will coordinate the installation and removal date with the contractor to ensure the landscaping is adequately protected from this lift that is used to install and remove the lighting. So there is no gathering or event planned by the city as part of the agreement presented to council. However, the Camarillo Old Town Association has expressed an interest in organizing an event should council approve this lighting. In that event, the Camarillo Old Town Association will be required to submit a special events permit. That concludes staff's report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Anybody have any questions? I don't have any questions. I pulled this because I thought that years and years, and I don't have any objection to the contract that's here. What I am very concerned about is what's going to happen after the contract with, is it Mary B? B. Mary is signed. And I want to get this out. Many years ago, I thought we were rid of this. It didn't start with the chamber, it started with the city. It started actually, if I remember right, with the hospice asking the city to do a tree of light out there, and the city did it. Every year, the city put on new lights on that same tree for many years. There was a program in the chamber, and then somebody would flip a switch, and everybody would go out and look at the beautiful tree. Then hospice wanted to do it a little differently and went off on their own and continued with that tree that the city still now has permanent lights on. And the city, the Christmas program broke away, and the city had one out in Constitution Park, which had Santa and a lot of candy, a lot of kids singing. For about 10, 15 years, there was a barking dog who barked jingle bells. The lady who owned it moved to Santa Paula, so we don't have the barking dog anymore. But we had a program that every year people thought had to get bigger and bigger and better. And it was the bigger and bigger and better that started costing one staff person almost full-time for at least a month. And finally, somebody brought in, and the city paid for reindeer. A very expensive thing, and that was the last that the city did, and we turned it over to the chamber who contracted for it, and we paid them to do it in their contract, and as it said, the contract ended. When it was moved to the boulevard at the beginning, it didn't have Santa. In fact, the Christmas tree that was lit was one that was installed on Ventura Boulevard, right in front of where the bell is at the end of Arneal, and that went along that way for 2-3 years. And it was strictly a promotion for Old Town, and all the merchants were open. But then it needed to be bigger and better, so it got over to Disdar Park, and they had everything from children singing to Santa to pictures. And then came the snow machine, and it had to get bigger and better. So my concern is that the Old Time Association, there's nothing in here about them putting on a program, but I want everybody to understand, it is not my intent for the city to take back putting on a program at Disdar Park for the holidays. And I spoke to Mr. Walker the other night about this, and he said he was going to come and convince me that they had no intent of asking the city to do this. So I have a card from Mr. Walker to speak during public comments. I thought it would be better to have you come and speak to us when the item was being discussed. Hope you don't mind, Jeff. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Craven. I'm Jeff Walker. I'm the owner of Twisted Oak Tavern and Brewery across the street from Disdar, also an Old Town resident and board member of the Camarillo Old Town Association, which we have a few members with us tonight. First, I personally want to take the opportunity to thank the council for salvaging the Disdar Park project out of the pandemic budget crisis. It's an important park. And you were mentioning part of the history of the park and what has happened over the years. Really, we got to go to the origin. This was a cemetery, and the need was so great for a park that we converted a cemetery. I mean, the logic to that, to me, it just tells you how needed this park was. And we've talked about the parades that used to go by there. I mean, I hear about the barking, I don't want to call it goofy, but it sounds like fun, small town Camarillo that we all kind of have fond memories of, those of us that, can remember that long ago. But that was the town square at the time. The founder of the town is sitting over there looking at the building, spent so much time in as a bank president, and probably bought a lot of clothes in there. I know the guy was pretty well dressed. There's definitely still a need for this park. We've kind of chipped away the access, and so I think because not a lot of people are going there, we kind of think, oh, the park's not really used, it's insignificant. But it's the only park that serves Old Town. And if you go to Berry Street and the neighborhoods that was designed to serve, it's even harder to serve there. So all we're asking is for is a little tree lighting. Yeah, I was around the chamber, I was a part of those. It was a circus. I mean, I'm just one board member, but all we're looking for is to have that be kind of the star on the tree for what is going to be a tree lighting celebration. Peter from the Art Studio is here tonight. They have a really special event plan called the Camarillo Glow, in which they've got some art installations, and we're looking to put those throughout Old Town. And it'd be so nice to have the tree in Dizdar aglow. The one thing from it, that tree is visible from the grade when it's lit. There is nothing that says we're open more than that tree. It's like a big open sign for Camarillo coming down the grade. And to me, it's like, if you're not familiar with Old Town, your eye is attracted to there. And it's a big welcome to Camarillo sign, big welcome to Old Town sign, a sign that we're going to put in place when we finally redo Dizdar. But I think $6,000 for a tree is certainly well within the purview of the city council. I know, Mayor Craven, you were there when this city had a budget crisis, and I appreciate the attention to detail on the numbers, but I think this is worthwhile investment for the city.
Thank you. What I didn't hear you say is you're not going to come back to us next meeting and ask us for money to put on a program.
I'm one board member. I'm one board member. I can't speak for the board of the Camarillo Old Town Association. I can tell you that I'm not going to support it. I just want the tree lit, and I think that's probably the consensus of the board. But
Okay, is there anybody else who'd like to speak to us on this? Come on up.
Good evening.
Just pull that down a little bit. There you go, thanks.
Good evening. My name is Christina Chastain. I'm the president of the Camarillo Old Town Association. Thank you for hearing me tonight. Yes, for the past couple of years, I've been trying to work with George. My vision for Old Town was to light up the whole block. When the tree lighting went away, I thought, what could we repurpose the Christmas tree lights for? And I thought, what if we strung them along the whole area? Because how beautiful would it be to create a spectacle for our community to come down and visit. So that was kind of where this started, and as I've been working with George, we're still looking at doing that at some point. And we're only looking to the city to work with the lighting, because that's something that is out of our control. From my understanding, a lot of the outlets along the boulevard need to be upgraded. And that's why this year we thought, well, let's focus on the tree. And to me, that was a big win. And the Old Town Association is not looking to the city to put any event on. We will take care of that. That's what we do. Everything that we do is to bring the community into the Old Town area and support the businesses and create community in this small town that we all call home. And so that's basically what I wanted to say, and
Thank you.
Other support.
Any questions? Thank you. Okay, so this is an item that is to approve a $6,000 expenditure for Be Merry for lighting for the tree. Is there a motion?
Could I,
Mr.,
may I make a, oh, go ahead.
Oh.
Santangelo may, but after, when it's appropriate.
you would like to make a comment. Were you going to comment? Okay, go ahead.
I'm a little confused why this was pulled, to be honest. I think it's every city's dream to have business owners from a place that we want to be economically robust coming here saying that they will put on a program for our holidays for us to just simply light up a tree. And yes, we've had budget crises. We're not in one right now. So I'm not sure what the concern is here. I am so glad to see you here, and I'm going to go out on a limb here and say I even wouldn't have a problem with the city helping to fund a program for the holidays. I think that's really important for our economic development of Old Town. So I completely support this, and that's what I have to say.
Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, I just want to bring this up somewhat briefly, but nevertheless bring this up, that we did have a discussion with this on the committee basis, and at least my thoughts were that this would be somewhat of a one-time expenditure this year, which will be brought back to future councils to decide if they want to keep on with this. There was no discussion, and there's no thought on my premise that we were going to, in any way, shape, or form, do any kind of program down there. This was a one-time expenditure. I understand that this $6,000 is a lot of money, but I kind of looked at it as economic development too, to try to get people down to that part of the boulevard, which to a certain extent is somewhat challenging, and this would really help that. So, A, the city would not do any of the programs there. B, we would decide on a year-to-year basis as to whether or not we want to keep funding this. There may be some opportunities in the future with that. And C, that this would be a really good program to do this year for the city, just to pay for the lighting up of the tree. That was my thoughts. I just wanted to share them with
Mr.
my
Tremblay?
fellow council.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just want to indicate that I'm supportive of the recommendation for the reasons already given. I think it's a welcoming item from economic development standpoint. I think it's helpful. I'm just sorry that I missed the barking dogs. And if anybody was there, I just want to know whether or not they were...
Singing dogs.
Well, I just want to know whether they were in harmony or in tune, but in any event, all kidding aside...
Depends on who you asked.
I guess it does, doesn't it? In any event, I support the recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion? Sean?
Let me comment. I'll also make the suggest that. I'll suggest the motion, but echoing what Kevin said, because it did come through Economic Development and Land Use Subcommittee, we did talk about this as an interim measure, so that way this would hopefully find a new home. Seeing that it was with the chamber, now it's being kind of released by the chamber, in hopes that it would find hopefully a new home with Old Town Association. We would help give it that extra little step. And then, yeah, as of right now, the only discussion we had was that it was a one-time deal, and then we kind of reassess after that. So with that, I will move the recommended action.
I'll second.
The motion and a second, please vote. Motion carries unanimously. Oh, now, after all that, I'll go to the written agenda, because if I can find it, here we go. I've timed out. Next item is Bella Vista Homeowners Association authorize the city manager to respond to request for May 2021 water bill refund as directed by the city council. Could we have the staff report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Council. The Bella Vista HOA has requested a refund of a May 2021 landscape irrigation water bill in the amount of $10,171.33. The meter associated with this account supplies water to irrigate the landscaped slope area labeled on the map just north of the Bella Vista neighborhood, which is located along Beardsley Road across from Sterling Hills Golf Course. The conditions of approval for the original development of Bella Vista require the HOA to landscape, irrigate, and maintain the manufactured graded slope area. The subdivision mapping for the Bella Vista development resulted in a portion of this area being owned by the city, as shown, which also contains the natural, unimproved Beardsley Wash drainage course. The city does not maintain the slope, landscaping, or irrigation in the subject area. The amount of metered water use for the month of May 2021 was 2,116 units, with one unit equaling 100 cubic feet. The historical water use for this meter varies throughout the year from 40 to 300 units per month. Upon realizing the higher-than-expected May 2021 water bill, Bella Vista HOA shut off the landscape irrigation system and communicated with the city regarding the high water use. City water staff met with HOA representatives on site, verified the accuracy of the meter reading, and helped to determine that one of the irrigation valves had been stuck open, even though the sprinkler timer indicated the valve was in the off position. The stuck valve caused a continuous flow of water. The entire irrigation system downstream of the city water meter is privately maintained and the responsibility of the Bella Vista HOA. The irrigated area is brush and tree covered open space, downslope and away from any homes, causing the continuous flow of water to go undetected. As shown on the map, the water meter is located about 1,000 feet away from the malfunctioning valve and sprinkler, so no observable leak was detected by city staff when the May 2021 meter reading was taken. The HOA has since repaired the irrigation system at a cost of approximately $7,200, including new control valves, flow sensors, and automatic shutoff valves to prevent a similar situation in the future. The HOA's initial request for a refund of the May water bill was denied by staff. In September, staff met to discuss the situation with HOA representatives who requested further consideration of a refund. While the city's municipal code section 3.35.015 and city council policy 9.03 address water billing disputes for non-residential and residential water customers, there is no specific city policy that addresses refund requests from landscape water customers. Past city practice for addressing higher than normal residential water bills due to confirmed leaks that have been repaired includes adjusting up to 3 residential billing periods to charge for the water used above the prior 12-month average use charged at the lowest tier rate. Landscape water service has no tiered rate structure. If there is a billing dispute due to abnormal water uses on a landscape water account, staff verifies the accuracy of the meter and assists the customer to identify the cause of high water use and advise the customer regarding possible adjustments and repairs. There is no history of the city granting a refund to a landscape water account. The city's water rate structure includes allocating sources of water supply to customer categories, with groundwater allocated to residential and commercial customers, and imported water allocated to landscape customers. The imported water cost for the 2,116 units used by the Bella Vista HOA in May of 2021 is $7,329.50. Next slide. Thank you. Several options for consideration of Bella Vista's HOA's water bill refund request are listed in the agenda report, including deny the request for any refund of the May 2021 water bill, approve a partial refund of $2,841.83, which is equal to the difference between the $10,000 May water bill and the $7,329 equivalent cost of imported water. 3, approve a partial refund of $6,686.56 by charging for the water used in May 2021 at the lowest residential Tier 1 rate. 4, approve a full refund in the amount of the $10,171.33 May water bill. I would like to clarify that the monthly meter charge of $77.01 is included in the water bill amount, and that would not be included in any refund. So the actual refund amount would be adjusted from those numbers shown to retain that monthly meter charge. Staff recommends that if a refund is approved, the HOA be required to execute a document accepting the refund and waiving future claims. That concludes my report, and staff is available for questions.
Any questions? Kevin?
Yeah, Dave, could you kind of, it's two-pronged here. Number one, how and who found out that they had a problem? And number two, has this situation been alleviated to a point where we shouldn't have this issue in the future?
Yes, answer that second question first, which, yes, as I indicated, the HOA has made repairs and installed additional equipment, automatic shutoff valves and sensors that can be installed and which have been installed that would sense a continuous flow of water when it should not be flowing, and then there's automatic shutoff valves that would actuate and shut the system off in that case. So repairs and installation of equipment has been made to prevent this from happening in the future. Now I'm drawing a blank on your first question. How it came to be is the HOA is on an auto pay for water bills, and they came to be aware of that payment made of over $10,000, which is extremely abnormally high. So the HOA became aware of that and then was in contact eventually with the city, and both on the utility customer service billing side of things and also water staff were visited out in the field, and it took a little investigation and turning the valve on and to find out where this was occurring. So there was a joint effort there to identify the location of that valve that was stuck open.
And is this, have we ran into this situation before where we've had an older meter that probably needs to be upgraded, but for whatever reason has not?
So it's not the meter that is old and needs to be upgraded. So you've got the city-owned water meter is connected to our pipe in the street. And that's the meter that records how much water is used. And that's what a bill is based on. When we read the meter, then the bill is generated based on that water use. What happened here is that meter continued to run because there was a downstream valve that was stuck open.
So it was a valve.
And that valve is a part of the privately maintained irrigation system that the HOA has and is responsible for the maintenance of. So that's what occurred. The valve was stuck open and continued to run. It's in an area, as I mentioned, downslope, away from homes, covered in brush and trees, and went undetected. Okay. So our normal process is when we do see a high meter read from a meter such as that is a visual surveillance of the area by our meter reader to see if there's anything obvious of a meter leak. And that has happened in the past where that's been noticed, and then we work with the customer to identify what needs to be done to fix it.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any other questions? We have people who want to speak on it, yes.
Dave, did we see the valve? Did staff inspect the valve?
Yes.
What was the quality like of the valve? Was it deteriorated or was?
It's old. I mean, all I can say, it's old, and it's been out there. I'm assuming it's likely original installation, and I'm guessing that area was developed in late '80s, likely. I don't have an exact date off the top of my head on that. So,
Would it end up being the responsibility of the HOA to replace that infrastructure as needed?
I'm sorry?
Whose responsibility is it to replace that infrastructure?
The owner of the system, of the HOA in this
Okay.
case, yeah.
Okay,
Right.
thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, I have 3 cards to speak on this item. First is Peter Lust.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, for...
Oh, I'm sorry, let's start all over again. I haven't told you our public speaker rules. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. When there's 1 minute remaining, a yellow light will come on, there'll be a tone, and then you have 1 minute to wrap up. When the red light comes on, that little gate at the bottom opens and you just drop down into the floor. And then we call for the next speaker. Okay? Okay, Peter Lust.
Thank you kindly, Mayor, council members, for at least reviewing this accident that we had. We seem to have had a valve that did get stuck open, and we only recognized it once the bill came in, and because it was on auto pay, so we didn't get the bill and able to talk about it. Since then, we've repaired the valve. We've repaired all the lines that relate to it. We've installed a very expensive sensor system that senses any flow of water that's longer than what the timer says, and it automatically, electronically shuts off a very large brass master valve in the main line. That will result in this never ever happening again. And we installed it on all the backflows, on all the areas on our side of the backflow. We do maintain the slopes. We maintain it very well. Matter of fact, if somebody were to go back there, you'd see the slopes are in absolute pristine condition. We try not to water it in the wintertime or when it's not necessary, because it promotes growth that potentially could be a fire hazard. And that's something that the fire department has indicated to us. So we're 64 private homeowners, private people in Bella Vista, and it's a very expensive bill that we really couldn't afford. And, you know, everybody in the community would very much appreciate if a refund or even consideration, a partial refund would be considered. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next card I have is from Jay Flores.
Jay Flores, Honorable Mayor, council members. I live in Bella Vista, and I was present when we found the valve that got stuck, and I'm appreciative of the staff that helped us find it. And as you've heard, Peter, we resolved the problem, and we are a private community. We maintain our own streets. We do our own slurry. And we are 64 homeowners, even though we're viewed like maybe a company or a group. We're really 64 homeowners of Camarillo. And I'm part of the board, and the people here are other board members, and we're here to ask you to consider this one time to help us. I thank you for your time and consideration of this matter, and whatever you decide, of course, we'd be happy to see a full refund because it is a large bill, and we do watch our bills. We did take it off of auto pay so we can pay attention to our bills, and I appreciate your time for hearing us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next card is from John Steiner.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, Council. My name is John Steiner. I'm on the HOA board. I thought that was an excellent summary by the city of what happened. All I would add is we couldn't see the valves because the back slope area had gone fallow over many years. And so one of our board members got a hold of a battalion chief at CAL FIRE. And if you know where our subdivision is, off right, about 2 blocks away, is a CAL FIRE location. And I don't know how he did this, but he charmed them, and they came out there, and they now trained 30 or 40 of their trainees over a 6-week period with heavy equipment out there, and like I said, 30 or 40 bodies clearing everything. So now, in addition to the new valves and the sensors, we can actually see what's going on out there. Likewise, we have a landscaping crew that we've used for several years. They're out there on a very regular basis, more than one time a week. And so we think we have some fail-safe measures to help us mitigate against this happening again. And finally, all I would say is I heard in the summary that this is kind of a case of first impression. This has never been a situation like this been brought to the council. And all I would say is we're asking for an exception. We, again, like these two gentlemen mentioned, we're volunteers on an HOA board. We're private residences. We charge a nominal amount every month to the homeowners, and we could really use some help. Thanks very much for listening to us.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else who'd like to speak to us on this topic? Seeing nobody, we will open it up for council discussion or a motion.
I'll start.
Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, I've kind of gone back and forth on this. It's unfortunate that, this situation wasn't picked up earlier, but I think there's significant reasons as to why it wasn't. Hearing the testimony tonight and reading the staff report, I think the homeowners have, in good faith, tried to deal with this situation to the best of their abilities. My understanding, they did put some money into upgrading the valve here, so hopefully this won't happen again. And with all of that, my suggestion would be, I'd like to help them out to what we could. My suggestion would be number 3, which is approve a partial refund of $6,686.56, which is the lowest residential tiered one rate, which, there was a cost for the water. So that would be my suggestion, would be number 3.
Sean?
So I came at it from a very similar angle as Kevin did. And actually, one question before I make some comments. Is this the first incident like this? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm really appreciative of the fact that they're proactive after finding it and trying to put in new safeguards to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Making the investment to not only replace, but improve the system is notable. And I think it does show good intentions. Water is very, very precious. To be really frank, I'm not in favor of a full refund. What I want to make sure we don't do, and I know we're setting some precedent in the fact this is the first time something like this has come to us, where I don't want to create an incentive for any landscape district or whatnot, anyone, to think that they can be, I'm not saying you guys were negligent, but in the events of like negligence or someone not properly maintaining their system, that they just, that they get a free wave or ride. So I do appreciate it. I apply kind of the same logic, Kevin. I came to number 2, approve a partial refund of $2,841, understanding that the water still needs to be, there's a significant amount of water, and thinking that it still needs to be, in a way, accounted for.
Susan?
I've been giving this a lot of thought, as the other council members have, I'm sure. I am also concerned about the precedent that would be set. I'm trying to put this in the perspective of if I had in my home a leak that went undetected, it might not have been caused by neglect or directly my fault, but it's still my responsibility. And so I still have to make that underlying my decisions here. My inclination is to go with option number 2. I think it's really important that we are recouping the actual cost of the water. As has been said, it's a really valuable commodity. So I'm leaning towards option 2.
Mr. Tremblay?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So to start with, I have some sympathy for the association members. And so, but at the risk of playing devil's advocate, and I don't want to come off as too harsh, let me just kind of roll through the arguments that I have thought about. The causation on this had nothing to do with the city, nothing. The irrigation system is privately maintained and the responsibility of the association. Only a portion of the landscaped area is owned by the city, as I understand it. And at the most, the city would have benefited only as to a portion of that particular acreage, even if you were to try to make some sort of unjust enrichment argument, which I know you're not trying to make. I'm just sifting through the arguments. And the association, the property owners who were in the association acquired their property, and they bought their properties with the understanding that the association was responsible for the irrigation system. So again, I'm playing devil's advocate here. I don't mean to come off too harshly, but if I flip this over, my concern is, well, why should city water ratepayers citywide subsidize the association for this item? In other words, why lay the burden on the city ratepayers, city water ratepayers? So I share the concern about precedent. My initial thought, frankly, was to vote to deny the request. I can be supportive of option 2 in an effort to try, in an effort to recognize that the association has already spent a large amount of money, and it's coming out of the members' pockets to do this. I could be supportive of option 2 on the grounds that I think Ms. Santangelo just articulated, which is, and so the Vice Mayor, I mean, it's tied to the cost of imported water. And recouping the cost of the imported water, to me, makes more sense from a criteria standpoint or a testing standpoint. So I would be supportive at the most of option 2, contingent upon signing of a waiver by the association waiving any other claim against the city as to this matter.
Okay, everybody's spoken. I was on the committee that heard this, and we decided that the city council should hear it. As a homeowners, we have had other homeowners associations, or at least one that wanted us to do something about the cost of their water on a hillside. Although we didn't own that hillside, we do own at least part of this hillside. I guess the thing that I'm siding with number 2 as well. When you divide it out, $10,000 by 64 homeowners, that's $153 per resident as an assessment. Or not per resident, but per home, as I got it. And I thought that's low, so I multiplied it out, and I got it the same. Which is not an unusually high assessment for a homeowners association. We have a piece of property in a homeowners association and in a condominium association. We've been assessed for roofs, and it was a lot higher than that, for fixing swimming stuff, for all kinds of things. So I think that a partial refund that considers the cost of water, especially considering the drought situation we're in. And a year ago, 2 years ago, we were in a drought situation. It's only gotten worse. I think that is reasonable.
So I would make a motion to adopt staff recommendation option 2 as set forth, contingent upon the association signing a waiver of any other claims associated with this matter against the city.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Please vote. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, next is oral communications. Is there anything from staff?
Nothing at this time, Mayor.
Okay.
City attorney doesn't have anything either.
Pardon?
I said, if you're going to ask me, I have no comments either.
Thank you. Susan?
Okay, for meetings attended, November 1st, Airport Authority, November 4th, CPA Board, November 9th, Investment Committee, and earlier today, we had a 9-minute meeting, special meeting for Airport Authority. We had to meet simply to pass a resolution that we could continue to meet via Zoom, so that's what we did. The only really thing I wanted to I watched carefully the meetings yesterday at the county held for their redistricting. And a number of the supervisors made a point to discuss where Camarillo City Hall and Camarillo Airport and whether or not they were in the same district. It concerns me because I don't think City Hall should be that, decision of, is that really the portion of Camarillo that should be in the same district as the airport. And so I know there were some public comments that made that distinction, but at the end of the 6 PM meeting, I did not hear that it was really heard by the supervisors. I'm not sure what we should do with that, but I know that it's very important to me that, especially given what's going on and what's going to happen in the next 10 years, that the majority of Camarillo, and especially the people that are in the flight path, who are affected by the airport traffic, have a supervisor that understands that. And so I think it's really important that we push the supervisors to make sure that the airport is in the largest district of Camarillo. And then I know we have a presentation on Veterans Day, but I did just want to make a comment on it. It's a time for us to honor and remember the sacrifices that so many people have made, but it's also a time for us as citizens and as part of a community to think about how we can honor those veterans by looking at how we can serve our communities and each other. And one of my favorite quotes from John F. Kennedy was, "As we express our gratitude, we must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them." And with that, that's all I have.
Sean?
All right, I was busy the last 2 weeks, so let me read my big list. Thursday, October 28th, I had a Utilities Committee meeting with Mr. Tremblay. Monday, November 1st, I actually went by the Camarillo Police Station for the installation of what's called the Beam. It's a level 2 EV charger that's not connected to the grid. It has a big solar panel that rotates with the sun, follows the sun. So that was kind of neat. The county's distributing these throughout the county. You can find one in Oxnard, several, I think, in Ventura near the government center. Monday, November 1st, Airport Authority with Ms. Santangelo. We got to meet, or got to see for the first time, our new airport director, Keith Freitas. And he has since started as of Monday, I think, this week was his first day. So he's officially on the job. And we'll probably be seeing and hearing more from him. Tuesday, November 2nd, I attended just as a spectator the Rent Review Mediation Commission meeting for Mr. Salvas, who's been coming up and speaking to us. I didn't speak or anything. I didn't want to influence their decision, but I just wanted to be there as a spectator. I had never actually attended one of those, and they don't happen all that often, so it was interesting to see the process. For those of you who don't know, they recommended 5% rent increase as opposed to the 8.6 I think he was facing. Friday, November 5th, I attended the Camarillo Top 10 Community Awards at the Sarah Center here in Camarillo. It's put on by the West Ventura County Business Alliance. I got to give out certificates on behalf of the city and the city council, and one to Mayor Craven for the Stan Daly Lifetime Achievement Award. So I got to, on behalf of 4/5 of the city council, because she did not sign her own certificate, for those asking or wondering. So that was a real treat. And then getting a handout to everyone else in the community. The other, I think there's 10. Well, it's top 10, so there's 10. Plus one. Monday, November 8th, I attended the C2CI Site Authority meeting. There's been some, I've seen in the press, there's going to be dirt moving over there. Their third phase of housing in what used to be called University Glen, or still is, I think, University Glen. It's about 250 units. We just call it the 18-acre project. So that will get moving. I think they are going to start ripping out, unfortunately, the old infrastructure that was laid well over 10 to 12 years ago. It was probably longer than that. 20? Yeah. I know it was old, outdated. It followed a non-current track map. So now they've completely updated the track map, units, and everything else. So they had to, unfortunately, that was kind of a sunk cost. They had to rip out the utilities, and they're going to install new utilities.
Fire destroyed a lot of it.
What's that?
The fire destroyed a lot of it.
Oh, did it? Okay. They had said a lot, but
Fire that came down.
yeah, that was damaged. So there will be movement over there. Yesterday, Tuesday, November 9th, I attended virtually the County Board of Supervisors meeting along with the mayor. We both spoke in regards to the redistricting process for county supervisor districts and the importance that Camarillo, to the extent possible, remain whole in one supervisorial district, and only if desperately needed, or if it can't be avoided, two, but not be split into three different supervisorial districts. One issue had come up, which I addressed in my remarks, and that was in regards to the tool that the county had provided people to draw maps, and that's where, just like our tool, where you get to draw your maps and you have to stay within 10% maximum population deviation between each of the districts. Their tool was not giving the proper population deviation. So, and by almost a factor of 2. So in many instances, and I'd be curious to know how many people submitted maps through this process, only to come find out that their maps were essentially ruled out because they exceeded the maximum population deviation between the districts. In our case, the city, we had submitted at least 2 different maps, both of which, per the county's tool, fell within the maximum population deviation. Like in one instance, I think it was a little less than 8% is what the tool told us it was. We submitted that thinking it was good, only later to find out that using the proper calculation, which was being done manually within the county, we fell into around a 15% deviation, which is well beyond the threshold of 10%. So that's a problem. And something that they need to fix, and unfortunately, one of the consultants there who's helping them with their redistricting process had pretty much indicated that the company District R is pretty much doesn't have the capability and or I'm going to just presume the interest. They don't really care about fixing that for this particular redistricting, which is really unfortunate. And the county, I would hope, reach out to, at the minimum, to everyone who submitted maps and inform them of this issue, and then certainly put some literature on their website, if not right then and there, as to how people can generate the right calculation. But it's certainly an issue that it's kind of a faulty process. Today, as Ms. Santangelo had mentioned, for 9 minutes, we attended an airport authority meeting. And just two quick shout outs. This Saturday, for those in the community, anyone watching at home or anyone here in the chamber, the Camarillo Red Cross is putting on the Ride for the Red event, something that they normally do every year. I don't think they did it last year because of COVID, obviously. But it's essentially a bike ride, 30 miles, 65 miles, 100 miles, helps raise money for veterans, active military, their families. Certainly a good cause, one we can all support and get behind. I'm going to be there just kind of, cheering them on as they ride off, and then I'm going to jump on my bike and I'm going to hit the 65 miler, and because I need to get back in the saddle. So, and that's a good way to just break it in. So for anyone watching who's got a bike and interested, by all means, bring your bike down. I think it's about an $85 registration fee. If you can raise some more money, then all the better. But get on your bike and ride. It's going to be a good event. Hopefully the weather's good. So, and then also Veterans Day. It is really important that we pay homage and respect to our veterans, and recognize that they do make quite a sacrifice going over there. When they come back, they're not necessarily out of. It doesn't end there. Many come back, and I have a few friends and or distant relatives who have seen battle over the Middle East, and oftentimes, depending on which branch you're serving in and what you saw, it's literally hell, and it affects you. And so those people, some of them live with things having come back, and they need support, and they need to know that they have a community to rally behind them for what they saw and what they did and what they did for our country. So please thank a veteran this week. Thanks.
Tony?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. 4 items. First, as far as meetings are concerned, I had an October 28 Utilities Committee meeting with the Vice Mayor on November 5, a VCTC board meeting, and also a Metrolink ad hoc fuel hedging committee meeting. And then on November 8 and 9, as I indicated earlier, I had a statewide board meeting for the California Association of Sanitation Agencies up in the Bay Area. Secondly, as far as the county Board of Supervisors redistricting, the first thing I want to echo Susan's concern expressed about the comment about the city hall being placed with the airport. And I think that she is absolutely correct that the airport should be placed in a supervisorial district that has a substantial portion of the city of Camarillo with it. I want to choose my words carefully. I am skeptical of the motivations behind that particular thought process. I have to say that I am highly frustrated with the problems that the county has had in its process that Sean has articulated. It's evident that the city is going to be carved up into multiple districts, and I know that I've compared it to Camarillo being a Thanksgiving turkey. You could even say a sacrificial lamb. As a community of interest, our city's residents' voting rights are being diluted by this, and I would also ask that it be kept to a minimum to the extent possible. Try to keep the city whole, but I recognize that it may end up going into two parts, and I want to salute both the mayor and the vice mayor for appearing on behalf of the council at the meeting yesterday. And actually, I'd like to know from the city attorney, we don't have this item on the agenda tonight, is there any way that this council could take an action this evening to follow up on what Susan indicated, and I fully agree with, regarding our thoughts on Camarillo Airport and City Hall? I recognize that the matter is not on the agenda.
Yeah, I think that would be an issue since it's not on the agenda.
Well, I had to run it by you anyway.
But their next public hearing is next Tuesday, and we don't meet again before then.
Well, you can certainly appear as individuals and express your views.
All right.
Isn't there some type of a thing where if you need to take action because something will have already happened by the time you meet again, you can add that to the agenda?
You can add a subsequent need item under the Brown Act if there's a need for immediate action, and it requires a 4/5 vote of the council.
To put it on?
To put it on the agenda.
Is that the full test under the Brown Act? Or is it also that the item we were not aware of the item prior to this evening's meeting?
Well, I'll tell you what, why don't we do this? I don't have the Brown Act in front of me, so we're coming back at 7 o'clock. Let me double check. I mean, I do know that it's got to be an urgent matter that requires
right.
attention immediately. So
I'll bring it back later.
I want to have the statute right in front of me, so let's maybe bring this back up at 7 o'clock.
Right, if I recall correctly, it's a two-pronged test. That's just why I wanted to know. Okay, and then just very quickly, the two other items, again echoing what other council members have said, to please honor our veterans on Veterans Day. I lost my dad, who was a World War II veteran, at age 97 back in 2012. I lost my father-in-law, who was a Korean War veteran, several years before that. Both served very honorably, and I think we're especially losing now our World War II veterans. So if there's any way that you have the ability to contact and tell a World War II veteran or a Korean veteran, in particular all veterans, but especially those in those categories, how much you appreciate their service, please do that. And then finally, congratulations to Mrs. Craven on her Downtown Award. Thank you. That's it.
Mr. Kildee.
Okay, let's see, I attended a VRSD meeting, a VCOG meeting with Ms. Santangelo, the investment committee meeting. Also, I had the pleasure of attending the top 10, and I know Vice Mayor Mulchay and Mayor Craven, and it was said that night that, yes, Stan Daly more than likely is looking down, and he would be extremely proud of what you have accomplished, Mayor Craven, in your time here. And Stan, as we all know, spoke his mind and holds you in the highest regard. I know he does. So that comment that was made was very apropos. Also, I got my booster shot, so if anybody is out there that is so inclined, I strongly recommend that you get your booster shot. People have spoken a little bit about the county redistricting, and I don't want to make a lot of comments, but I do want to make this because it was brought to my attention, and perhaps it's been brought to the attention before today. But if in fact, and I don't have to answer this question tonight, but if in fact we were cut into 3 districts with 3 different supervisors, how would the Brown Act be in effect with that? Just a question I have. Also, I'd like at some point perhaps if staff would do an update on the Hotel and Convention Center progress, just an update on that. It looks to me like it's coming along pretty well. Also, with the high gas prices in Camarillo, it was brought to my attention that there's, I believe it's a Chevron gas station at the corner of Las Posas and Daly Drive, and an individual waited 30 minutes in line to get filled up. Now, it was during rush hour. I understand that, but perhaps staff can take a look and just make sure that the ingress and egress is functioning there, so in the unlikely event we wouldn't have any spillage out into traffic. Also, I've had some calls about, and I'm not asking anything tonight on this, but SB 9 and 10, and perhaps in the future, will there be a staff report potentially on the impacts of that? I'm not asking that to happen. I'm just kind of an FYI. Also, I had a really good friend of mine who lived his whole life here in Camarillo, Dan Gallagher, who passed away. And Dan lived in Bella Vista. He spent his whole life in Camarillo, very big supporter of the city. And with the permission of my fellow colleagues up here, if we could adjourn in the honor of Dan Gallagher, lifelong resident of Camarillo and a business owner for many years, and a big supporter of what we do up here. So without further ado, if we could adjourn in the memory of Dan Gallagher, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, I attended the Disdar Park project status meeting here on the 28th of October. Very interesting. I attended the RDP 21 meeting, and I did get my booster shot. So the rest of my comment, I also want to thank staff for coming in and testing our new mapping tool on a weekend, the new mapping tool for redistricting. The one that the county's having so much trouble with was our tool, but as Mr. Mulchay said, it just didn't work, and the company refused to get it to where the maps people would submit or would be accurate. So staff found a new mapping tool, and they came in on the weekend and tested it, and I truly appreciate the time that was spent, especially time when you're supposed to be with families. The other thing I have to say is my frustration with the Board of Supervisors and the redistricting process. Until yesterday, I didn't realize how much other cities didn't want to be near us. The people from Oxnard don't want to be in our district because the people in Camarillo vote at a higher rate than the people in Oxnard, and therefore the people felt, not the supervisors necessarily, this was people talking, they felt that Camarillo would have a higher voting rate and that Oxnard district would have a less chance of having a minority member of the Board of Supervisors. The people from Thousand Oaks who spoke, and there were quite a few of them, did not want to be in Camarillo because they think we're not a cohesive group with them, and after all, we're down the mountain. Nobody else wanted to be with us either, and nobody except Camarillo people, Vice Mayor Mulchay, me, and one of the public members who spoke had a problem with Camarillo being divided into 3 districts. The larger cities of Thousand Oaks and Simi Valley think that they should be whole because they are cohesive, while it doesn't matter that Camarillo, that's a much smaller city, would be divided into 3. So I'm just saying, if there's any person out there who lives especially under a flight path or for any other reason feels that Camarillo should be in 1 district or at the most 2 districts, you need to be sure to sign up and speak at the Board of Supervisors meeting next Thursday. There's a slight chance it could be continued. However, the intent is that next week they will come to an agreement on a map. There are 2 maps. They tossed out all of the maps that they were looking at yesterday, and they have 2 more maps. One of those maps divides us up into 2 districts and the other one into 3 districts. Personally, I think Camarillo should be in 1 district, but I think I'm a minority. At any rate, I encourage all of our residents to speak to the Board of Supervisors next Tuesday. I believe it will be in the afternoon. So with that,
Mayor, during the time you were all commenting, I had a chance to look up the Brown Act on the subsequent need item, if you wanted to hear about
Certainly.
it now, or do you want to hear about it later? My suggestion is that you hear about it now.
okay.
So it's Government Code Section 54954.2, be like boy, subsection 2. And what that says is upon a 2/3 vote of the members, and here it would be, you would need 4 votes, that the findings you would have to make are that there is a need to take immediate action, is 1, and 2, that the need for the action came to the attention of the local agency subsequent to the agenda being posted. So I guess one question would be, when was the agenda posted?
On Friday.
The agenda was posted on Friday. Is the item that is under discussion now something that came to the attention of the local agency or the city after Friday?
The 2 maps under consideration were not distributed. They threw out all of the maps they were considering and introduced these 2 new maps late yesterday.
All right, well, that would be after Friday. And then the other component being that there's a need to take immediate action. So what would the need be to take immediate action?
The meeting is next Tuesday, and we don't meet again before then. The Board of Supervisors meeting is next Tuesday.
Right. Well, given the time frame, that sounds, I mean, immediate doesn't mean 5 minutes from now, in my opinion. So I would say that the item would qualify as a subsequent need item. So what you're going to need to do would be, someone would need to make a motion to have the item added to the agenda tonight. You would need to be specific about what the item is that you're adding, and then there would have to be a vote on whether to add it or not, which would have to pass with at least 4 votes. And then once it's been added to the agenda, then you can discuss it and make a decision.
Mr. Tremblay.
Madam Mayor, I would make a motion to add to tonight's agenda an item relative to the Board of Supervisors redistricting. and that the council finds, number one, that there's a need to take immediate action relative to communication to the Board of Supervisors. Number two, the need for such action came to the attention of the city subsequent to the posting of tonight's agenda based on the two maps introduced at yesterday's supervisors meeting.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries unanimously, so we got our 4 votes.
And then you can take this up either now or later tonight.
I would suggest we take it up a bit later.
I agree, Mayor. If we could have a little bit of time for staff to prepare some thoughts and comments.
Okay.
Sure. Just so you know, Madam Mayor, I've sat here in the last 10 minutes and already sketched out a motion on this, so be happy to defer that until later. Thank you.
Okay. Let's take it till after the public hearings tonight. I did ask staff if they could give us some information on water, considering the announcement made by Metropolitan yesterday. Camarillo still has drought restrictions in effect, so could somebody please just remind the public what it is we're expecting?
Yes, sure, thank you. Yeah, referencing the recent action by Metropolitan Water District declaring a drought emergency. And then we've also been in communication for several months now with our Cayugas Municipal Water District. They are expecting to have a similar action taken by their board, I believe on the 17th of November. So yes, with drought at the forefront of the issue, the approach that's being taken this time, different than last time, which was, governor declarations with specific reduction requirements, mandated, required. The approach that's taken now is more of an requiring agencies, water purveyors, to take the steps necessary to increase conservation. So without any real specific thresholds, although the governor's most recent declaration included a 15%, so essentially a voluntary conservation efforts to reduce water use by 15%. So all that just by way of background of where we are, knowing that there's likely going to be a need, or it would make sense for agencies, including the city, to take action to increase our conservation efforts. Currently, and it's been since 2016, the city reduced our stage of water supply to stage 1 with a 10% reduction goal. And that's per our water conservation ordinance that's in place. There are always mandatory conservation requirements as the base level that include quite a few items. All of this information's readily available on our website under water conservation with standard base restrictions. And then stage 1, like I said, introduces essentially the main change is watering limited to 4 days per week. Under the standard base level, watering can occur any day of the week. However, it has to be between the hours of, I think it's 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. and 8 a.m. But anyway, overnight watering only. So the stage 1 that we're under now implements a 4-day water restriction for outdoor watering. We continue to have a consultant on board to help us with water conservation outreach, information, and in review. They'll drive the city and on a regular basis, and basically enforcement actions, mainly on informational and compliance efforts with providing door hangers to residents where we see water waste going on outside of the requirements of the drought or requirements of where we are. So we have that ongoing effort. Staff, one possibility is for council to direct to come back and implement a stage 2 water supply condition for the city, which introduces a 20% reduction goal, further reduces the amount of watering days to 3 days per week, Those are the main changes on going to a stage 2. Aligns more, it actually goes above and beyond the 15% reduction goal that's been mentioned from the governor, but aligns with more focused conservation efforts, and in line with the obvious need to do that. One of the main focuses on Metropolitan's action in Cayugas is really focused on water supply, or imported water supply from the State Water Project, which fortunately Camarillo is not as dependent as quite a few other agencies. So we are in better shape. However, we know conservation needs to be a continued way of life in California and even here in Camarillo. Our desalter is going to help even offset further our dependence on State Water Project, imported water, which is a very good thing. So that's the current status of where we are, and that's, staff would be of the opinion that it would make sense to come back at some point in the probably near future and adopt the stage 2 level conservation efforts.
Thank you. And we still have quite a few opportunities for rebates for water conservation items and landscaping.
Yes, that's correct. Right.
Okay. With that, we will recess back to a closed session, and we'll be back at 7 o'clock for the rest of our business. Manager and Planning Commissioner for the city of Camarillo. And Larry is a veteran who retired after proudly serving in the U.S. Air Force. So he has a message, a very important message to deliver to us, and we've asked him to be up here.
Mayor, members of the City Council, staff, citizens. I'm Larry Davis, Lieutenant Colonel, United States Air Force, retired, reserves, retired. The uniform is a little tighter than it was 30 years ago, the last time I really wore it at my retirement ceremony. And I probably don't stand as straight as I did in those days, but I was proud to wear the uniform then, and I'm proud to wear it tonight for this. Veterans Day is tomorrow. It started out a year after the end of World War I. World War I ended on the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month in 1919. 1 year later, Armistice Day was declared, and that was its term for a number of years. Now it's called Veterans Day, and it is intended to honor those who served in the military services and were honorably discharged or retired. We also have Memorial Day, which is really intended to honor those who sacrificed their lives for this country. And it's always on November 11th to honor that day, no matter what day of the week it falls on. First, I want to thank the City Council and particularly city employees that I worked with years ago. I joined the Air Force in 1966, was commissioned as a second lieutenant in 1967, and spent 5 years on active duty, and then over 20 years in the reserves and retired after Desert Storm. During that time, about 20 of those years, of the 30 years I served with the city of Camarillo, I was in the reserves and spent 1 or 2 weekends a month at Norton Air Force Base, and then an annual tour of 2 weeks, and sometimes called to active duty for deployments or special events. The thing I want to thank the city about and the employees that I worked with then and the department heads is their attitude towards myself and the other reservists who had to leave their jobs here at the city and go fulfill their military requirements. And we could always count on the other employees to pitch in and take care of things that came up while we were gone. They welcomed us back, and we always knew we had a job when we got back, which is part of the federal regulations and the requirements. But more than that, it was the attitude, not forcing the city to do those things, but the city wanting to do those things. And so I thank the city for that. I also want to thank my wife. I was gone 1 or 2 weekends a month for over 20 years, so she had to run the house and take care of the kids during that time. And it was her dedicated support that allowed me to stay in the reserves until I retired. My story begins in Normandy, France, in September 7th, 2009. My wife Pam and I were part of a tour going through northern France. And early in the morning, we were transported down to Omaha Beach, walked out on the sand, and it was absolutely quiet. The only noise you heard was the small waves lapping up against the shore. And as you stood there, it was really hard to imagine what it was like on D-Day. The only remnant that we could see was part of the artificial harbor that was constructed to help bring in supplies and equipment. From there, we turned and saw the cliffs above us where the Germans were well entrenched in concrete pillboxes and had a full control of sweep of the beach and the approaching boats. That shoreline, was once littered with smashed equipment and bodies just laying there. From the beach, we went up to Colville National Cemetery, a piece of America in France, and walked out on a point where we could see Omaha and Utah Beach, and I stood there trying to imagine the chaos and noise that must have been going on with fighter planes, bombers, transports, gliders, paratroopers in the sky, Navy ships as far as you could see, bombarding the shore, and landing craft rushing to the beach, some of them making it and some of them not. After that, we turned and walked through these perfectly aligned rows of crosses and stars of David. And as you walk through there, and this is early in the morning, we were the first tour group there, you read the names, and you wonder where they came from. And you know that they never got back to see their families. They were veterans who never made it home. Then some of the tombs just had the word unknown on them. Our tour guide had told us that sometimes the protocol officer would allow military and retired military to raise the flags at the cemetery. And at 0900, the protocol officer and her assistant came walking down past the reflection pool. And an Army colonel and myself went over and introduced ourselves to them and asked if we could raise the flags. There was 2 tall white flags, poles, and they said yes. So we moved over to the flagpoles. The colonel, Army colonel, was the first one to raise his flag, and there was a lady with him who I assumed was either a spouse or a relative of somebody who was in the cemetery. He raised it fast. We stood there after he tied it off, saluted for a moment, and stepped back. Then it was my turn, and the protocol officer brought over a perfectly folded triangular flag, placed it in my arms, and I walked over to the other pole, hooked up the clips to the ropes, and raised the flag as fast as I could. This is the first time the tears started coming down my face. I started to tie off the ropes, but it was shaking so much emotionally that I needed help from the assistant protocol officer. I stepped 3 steps back, saluted for a moment, and started crying. That was basically the ceremony. As we left, the colonel, the Army colonel and myself said that was probably the most emotional, one of the most emotional things that we had ever been through. We said that we both took pride in serving and not having to sacrifice what those people had done out there in the cemetery. A few days later, as I reviewed the ceremony in my mind, tears welled up again. I wish that everyone, even those who were not retired from the military like me or just ordinary citizens, that they could share the feeling I had in my heart. We owe our freedom to those who fought for our country. We enjoy the freedom of religion, speech, the press, the right to assemble, the right to vote, the right to a fair trial, and our civil rights. What would our country be without these citizen soldiers who fought and stood up at Breeds Hill, Valley Forge, Gettysburg, Antietam, Verdun, the Battle of the Bulge, Iwo Jima, Normandy, Midway, the Philippines, Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, Kuwait, and Afghanistan. It's hard for me to put my feelings, even today, as they well up in me, and the pride that I have in my country. And I'm proud to have served 30 years for the U.S. military and retired and enjoying the fruits of that retirement now. So, God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larry. I've been on Omaha and Utah beaches and at this cemetery. The cemetery that's pictured on the screen is the Normandy American Cemetery and Memorial. It's located in Colville-sur-Mer on the site of the temporary American St. Laurent Cemetery that was established by the U.S. First Army on June 8, 1944, just 2 days after D-Day. It was the first American cemetery on European soil during World War II. The cemetery covers 172.5 acres, and it contains graves of 9,386 of our military dead, most of whom lost their lives in the D-Day landings and ensuing operations. Although it is in France, it's owned by the U.S. government and maintained by the American Battle Monuments Commission, which was established by Congress in 1923. It's an agency of the executive branch of the American government, and it oversees commemorative cemeteries and memorials. And I can tell you, when you stand among those 9,000 crosses and stars of David, it just makes your heart well up, and you realize how many people were willing to give up their lives so that we could enjoy the freedoms that we have today. Thanks again, Larry. Okay, we now have public comments. This is public comments on items that are not on the agenda. I have 2 speakers. If there's anybody else who would like to speak to us, please fill out a card at the back of the room and put it in the box right there by the lectern. First speaker is Betsy Artuso. And I won't repeat for you people, but you all know that you have 3 minutes. He's a tough one to follow tonight.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Betsy, and this is Wyatt. My old girl's at home, getting comfortable on her pillow top dog bed. Tonight, my comments are going to be based on hope. On Saturday, our House of Representatives voted on the bipartisan infrastructure bill, and on Sunday, the LA Times reported that $1 billion of this bill will be dedicated for public transportation. I am hopeful that the City of Camarillo will seize on this opportunity to receive federal funds for our public transportation. I am hopeful that the city will be motivated to apply for these funds, and then once these funds have been received, go back and restore our Camarillo Area Transit monthly bus pass fee and set it to a rate that is affordable for everyone. I'm hopeful that the city will see this as a win-win and see the results of our actions taken and the goals that are met by which these funds are intended to be placed toward our public transportation. Goals like such as increased ridership reduced numbers of single passenger vehicles, improved air quality, and also, reducing our consumption of fossil fuels. I have contacted the office of Julia Brownlee, a representative, for more information, but it's a little too soon for that. And her office did suggest that I contact Caltrans and VCTC, which I will do, and I will share that information, any information that I have or that I attain. Let's see, our public transportation system is crucial, and is as crucial and vital as our public library and our public parks. I am hopeful that these funds that the federal government has provided or put out there, and our city council will see the benefits to the city and to our bus riding community and to our community as a whole, And I just want to say one more, I hope, or hopeful thing, and that is I do hope that you all have a very happy Thanksgiving. Thank you.
And we hope you have a happy Thanksgiving, too. Next speaker is Keith Salvis. And we'll give you a minute or two for transition here, Keith.
First, I'd like to give a thanks to all of our veterans, including my late father and my late best friend from high school, both Air Force. Thank you all. I've got some great news. My landlord agreed to the recommendations of the Rent Review Commission to do a 5% annual rent increase this time around instead of an 8.6% increase. This isn't a victory, because I never saw my landlord as an opponent to do battle with. I saw this as an issue that needed to be addressed, and I wanted to bring all parties together to have a better understanding and convince them that expressing this newly minted law to its fullest potential was not within the best interests of the economy at this time. As it stands, the CPI is already at 4.6%. We're on track for a 10% increase next time around, and there may be nothing that I can do about it. The landlord may be fully justified, and it may be within his best interests. In the meantime, I have reached out to CAUSE, the Central Coastal Alliance Unified for a Sustainable Economy, and we had a nice conversation over the phone the other night. On first blush, the idea of basing the rent increases off of the wage and salaries increases seems to be a very appealing idea. Seems like no one's ever thought about that. However, I learned that there is case law. A judge did decide that landlords have the right to a fair return on their investment. I agree. And this is where the CPI comes in. He decided that the rent increase could be 50% of the change in the CPI. As we have seen in this current law, it is the full change plus an additional 5%. The problem here is that rent is now the major driver of the CPI, so every time rent goes up, the CPI goes up. The idea of having it based upon wages is that it's a little more integrated. Instead of rent feeding off of itself, wages and rent would play off each other. The problem is that it can't be based solely upon just salary and wage increases because of case law. So Maria over at CAUSE is going to set up a Zoom meeting between me, another organization in San Bernardino, and another one in Sacramento. All of them have ties directly to the state capitol. And what we're going to do is we're going to look at the idea that I'm proposing, tear it apart, and then try to see if we convince the other parties involved that there might be a better solution. As it is, if the CPI goes up 20%, the landlords win. But if that's the case, Our problem is not rent control. Thank you.
But the law does say the maximum that it can go up is 10%.
Exactly, 10%. But if the CPI, if we use 50...
I just didn't want people thinking it was going to go up 20%.
No,
based
no,
on-
not at all. There is a cap of 10%, yes.
Okay, that's all I have for non-agenda items. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to us on an item that's not on the agenda? Seeing nobody come forward, we'll move on to the public hearings. We have two tonight. The first one is redistricting public hearing number 2 of 4. Could we have the staff report, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. We have Spanish interpreters here and ask them to come up and announce the time, their services. I'll say it in Spanish. Tenemos intérpretes aquí y les pedimos que vengan a anunciar el artículo y sus servicios.
Si alguna persona desea escuchar la interpretación simultánea en español de esta junta, puede pasar con nosotros a la parte de atrás del salón y tomar sus aparatos. If anyone wishes to hear this meeting simultaneously interpreted into Spanish, please go to the back of the room and pick up the headsets. Thank you.
On October 13th, the City of Camarillo had the first of then the 4 public hearings that have been scheduled for our redistricting process. Tonight is the second public hearing. Ms. Kristen Parks of National Demographic Corporation will present demographic analysis and provide a demonstration on the city's online community public mapping tool, DRA. And she'll also go over the paper mapping tool. It is important to note that the initial mapping tool to introduce at the first hearing was replaced with a new mapping tool, which is DRA. I won't mention the other mapping tool, but it starts with an D and ends with an R, and it was mentioned tonight. So the new mapping tool was introduced on October 30th, and we heard council's concerns at the last meeting, and we heard council's concerns tonight about the old mapping tool, and that was a concern for us. After waiting for a couple of weeks and NDC trying to work with the other vendor, they were just refusing to make the California adjustment on the population, and so therefore NDC pivoted and was able to acquire DRA for us. So since then, we did post it on the website. We did advise the community that DRA, the mapping tool, was available for the community to begin working on maps. So we understand that the community lost a couple of weeks of participation if they were waiting to use the mapping tool. And so right now, staff and consultant are working on adding an additional date to our public hearing process to allow continuing participation and add additional time to that participation. Since receiving the new tool, staff and the consultant have put a lot of time and effort in refining the template map. We'll go over that tonight for viewability, and we continue to learn more about the tool as we use it here internally. So we've developed a tips and tools on how to ease through the process. It can be challenging, especially if you're new into the mapping process. But we're hoping that the tips and tools will help the community and make it more inviting for them to be engaged and to participate. We keep learning, so what we definitely encourage, and we hope that we hear from the community with their input, with their maps, but also with any questions, challenges, or any tips that they may come across that could help others. And we'd be happy to hear from the community on that as well. So I'm going to turn it over now to Ms. Kristen Parks from NDC and have her go through the presentation and a brief demonstration of the online tool.
All right. Thank you, Carmen, for that excellent introduction and explanation of our mapping tool pivots. This hasn't just been affecting Camarillo, but many of our other clients statewide. So this has been a shuffle. Your staff has done an excellent job getting up to speed, and I appreciate all of that support. So a lot of what you're going to hear from me tonight is similar to what you heard at the first public hearing, because any members of the public who are tuning into this process now for the first time, we want them to be fully empowered with all of the information. When I come before you the next time, you will be hearing and seeing some different information. And ideally, I will be presenting to you not just maps drafted by National Demographics Corporation, but also a variety of maps submitted by Camarillo residents. So with that, just a reminder to members of the public that Camarillo only recently transitioned from at-large council elections to district-based elections. That happened in 2019. In 2020, of course, the decennial census occurred, and after every decennial census, cities that have districts need to revisit their district boundaries in light of the new census data. So, although the current district boundaries were adopted in 2019, they were adopted using total population numbers from the 2010 census. So that helps to explain a little bit of the population imbalance that we see with the current map, is that while it was drawn in 2019, these maps are required to be drawn using census data, and we only have total population census data every 10 years. Not only that, as you all know, 2020 was a strange and difficult year. One of the strange and difficult things happening in the federal government was the collection of the census, and then in 2021, the processing of that data. So the Census Bureau normally releases census data at the end of March of the year following the census. This year, the data was released in August. So we had months lost from what we expected in this process. California also, for the very first time this year, decided to take the census data and actually process it again at the state level, primarily for the purpose of counting state prisoners instead of at their location of incarceration at their last known home address. So this was called the prison readjustment for California. That was completed on September 27th. So it's pretty recent that we've even had the official redistricting data available for cities. On October 13th, we did hold the first public hearing here in Camarillo. Today is the second public hearing. We are going to not really go quiet between now and the new year, but we will be moving most of the activity around redistricting, hopefully, online and into the hands of the public, where we hope that the public will be submitting public comment and drafting their own district maps using either the paper tool, which can be printed from the website, or the online tool, which we'll be demoing this evening. The city is, of course, on track to meet the April 17th deadline to adopt a new district map. That deadline is driven by the fact that there must be new boundaries in place with plenty of time to prepare for the November 2022 election. So quickly, I'm going to review the criteria that we are legally mandated to follow when redistricting. There are two sets of legal criteria, and then there's a set of traditional criteria that's pretty much open-ended. So federal law states that each city council district should have more or less equal population. And federal courts have said that what equal population looks like for cities in practice is a total deviation of less than 10%. I will show you those numbers for Camarillo in just a moment. There's also the Federal Voting Rights Act, which says when drawing district boundaries, we must take care not to dilute the voting power of protected classes. Those protected classes are African American voters, Latino voters, Asian American voters, and Native American voters. And while we will be looking at racial and ethnic data in order to comply with the Voting Rights Act, we cannot draw any districts where race is the sole consideration or the predominant consideration. That is prohibited. So that's our federal law. The state of California, for this redistricting cycle, has a new law in place, the Fair Maps Act, and those of you who may have paid attention to Camarillo's transition to districts that happened in 2019, this law just went into effect or was passed in 2019, so it is new, and I'm not sure and it wouldn't have applied when Camarillo originally went through that process. So this is pretty much new for everyone. California law is now saying there is a list of 4 criteria that must be followed in a specific order. So the first one being the most important, 1 all the way through 4. So the first one is contiguity, which simply says each council district should be geographically contiguous to the extent practicable, meaning each district should be one whole piece with no disconnected parts. That one's pretty easy to accomplish. The second criterion under California law is to make effort to minimize the division of neighborhoods and communities of interest, paying special attention to those communities that come forward and give public testimony, attesting to their desire to be preserved within one city council district and not divided across multiple. So that's one area where we hope that the public will weigh in if they feel they are part of a community that is currently geographically divided and wish to be included in one council district. Third, we will create easily identifiable boundaries. This is something we can accomplish by drawing our district lines along major roads or other features that people are very familiar with. And finally, we can aim to make these districts as compact as possible. What compactness is defined as in state law is districts that are not doing these strange shape things where they are avoiding including a close by area so that they can include a farther away area. That's how you get these snaking districts. So those are not considered compact. However, we have to keep in mind that compactness here is number 4, so it's at the bottom of the list. And if, for instance, I have another client that I'm working with right now where there's a community of interest of Spanish-speaking residents that do not want to be divided into multiple districts, and therefore there is a, strange arm being proposed in one district. It's not compact, but because communities of interest are number 2 on the list and compactness is number 4, that is considered to be legally permissible. So thank goodness that we have legal counsel to assist us in complying with these laws. For members of the public, we will be referring back to these legal criteria when we look at draft maps. And these are not the only criteria we can consider. The legal criteria, federal and state law, are simply the criteria we have to consider in a specific order and first and foremost. We can talk about other traditional criteria, such as minimizing the changes to the number of voters who might be moved from a district that would vote in 2022. We wouldn't want to move them into a district that doesn't get to vote until 2024. So that can be something we consider, but only after we've addressed the other legal criteria. Okay. Going through the legal criteria is always something that I think is very important because it empowers the public, but I know it's a lot, so thank you for bearing with me. As part of that legal criteria, communities of interest is a term you heard me mention. I want to define that because state law says we want to minimize the division of neighborhoods and communities of interest. And while we're probably familiar with what a neighborhood is, it's important to understand what the state means by community of interest. Community of interest is a population in an area that shares common interests and should be included within a single council district so they have a chance to be fairly and effectively represented. So remembering that redistricting is ultimately about creating opportunities for communities to be represented. So you really can define your community of interest in any, there's no wrong way to define it, as long as you're talking about a geographic area of the city where people share common interests and wish to be in a single council district. So here's the 2020 census data adjusted by the state of California for Camarillo. We have a total population per 2020 census of 70,850 people. And you see this broken down by the 5 current districts. I mentioned that federal law requires a total deviation of less than 10%. What you see here in red is for Camarillo, the total deviation is currently over 28%. What that means is that there will have to be changes made to these district boundaries to comply with federal population balance requirements. So how do we know where population may need to move? Well, we can look at each district and we can say how far off is each of the current districts from the ideal population size. And we get that ideal or target size simply by taking the total population of the city, dividing it by 5, the number of districts, and that magic number that we're looking for is approximately 14,170. So when you're drawing a map, perhaps using the online tool, you're going to see that 14,170 number as what you're aiming for each district. So I know that this table is a little bit hard to see, but under the total population for each district, there's a row that says deviation from ideal. So those districts that have a positive number there are districts that have more residents than the ideal. And the ones that have negative numbers have fewer residents than the ideal, right? So this is how we get an initial sense of what the population balance is and in which direction it should move. And again, we're aiming to bring that total deviation down to under 10%. Well, what the heck is total deviation? So before I had my legal hat on, and now I'm putting my math hat on, and I wanted to make sure I included a slide that just shows where these numbers are coming from. So we know that the 14,170 is the ideal size for each of the 5 districts, right? That's taking the total population of the city, divide it by 5, you get that. Well, total deviation is not entirely intuitive, but what it refers to is what's the difference between the largest district's population and the smallest district's population. So District 5 currently being largest, we subtract from District 5 the population of District 3, currently the smallest, and you get 3,976. That's considered the total deviation as a number. We take that number and divide it by the ideal size, the 14,170, and that's where we get the percentage. And again, we care about this percentage because we are intending to present to council and give council the opportunity to approve a map that's legally compliant. And federal law says we need that to get under 10%. So that's the math. I'll take off the math hat. And now we'll get into the mapping part of things here. So if you go to the website, which is cityofcamarillo.org/redistricting, you're going to be able to access the public mapping tools. And what's been available for a little while are paper maps. And those paper maps are available as PDFs. You can download them and print them and draw directly on them. You can even draw at those districts trying to get that magic number of 14,170. What's new and what we are launching right now is the online mapping tool. And this tool is relatively easy to use. It is a good tool with a lot of data in it, though figuring out initially how to get to the site, set up your account, and then submit your map is probably the most complicated part. Actually, drawing your map is the easy part here. So we're very lucky to have all of the work that the staff has done in giving these tools and tips. But I just want to show you very quickly that one thing you can do is you can start with the current council districts and you can modify those. The other thing you can do is start from the blank template and start from scratch drawing your own districts. However, the most important thing here is that you do need to create an account. Without an account, it will not be able to save the map that you create. And we do want members of the public to be able to submit these maps. And every map submitted by a member of the public will enter into the public record. And what that means is that it will be considered by the council as an option to be adopted for the next 10 years. And not only that, each map submitted by the public will be posted publicly online for the next 10 years until the next cycle of redistricting. So it's a wonderful opportunity. I was presenting in another city, and there was several middle school soccer teams waiting to get an award, and they had to sit through my whole presentation. And I said, well, you're in middle school, you can't run for office, you can't vote, you're too young, but you know what? You can draw maps, and you can help your parents learn how to use these tools. So definitely if you have young people who are computer savvy, this is an opportunity as well to engage them with the civic process. So I'm wondering if one of these is the blank one. I'm going to go ahead and go to maps. There we go. This is the blank one I can edit. Is that okay? All right. So there's a lot of data that are loading on the back end here. But basically what you're going to see on the screen is the outlines of the city, and then you're going to see the election precincts. We can go down all the way to the block level, but it defaults, it starts at the precinct level. So if you zoom in and you really want to work at the city or the census block level, you can, but it's going to default to show you the precinct boundaries. And then on the left side of the screen here, there's our magic number of 14,170. This district selector box gives us 5 different colors for each of the 5 districts that we'll be drawing. And so saying you want to start with drawing District 1, you just click District 1 in this box. Then you're going to click the paintbrush. And just like that, you can actually start drawing a district. So as you hover your mouse over the precincts, it's actually going to show you on the right sidebar over here. So if you watch this when I hover over, it's going to tell you how many residents there are and some basic demographics for that precinct. If I actually click on it, it selects it, and it is assigning everyone in that precinct to District 1. Okay? If I click District 2, and I click the map, it assigns folks in that precinct to District 2. So you can continue to do this. You'll see a running total in this district box on the top left, showing you how close you're getting to that magic number, that 14,170. Keep in mind, you don't have to get to exactly 14,170. You just want to get close. So perhaps I want to zoom in, and I want to assign smaller levels than precincts. That's where I'm going to click on block. And what's going to happen is first I'm going to click the precinct, then it's going to populate the boundaries of the blocks. So this precinct here you can see, and if I click the hand, then I can drag the map. I just click and drag. Each precinct here is going to have several blocks within it. Let's say I want to select some of these blocks, but I'd like to have a sense of what the population is in them first. I can go over here to the overlays box, click labels, and select, I know you can't really read these words, I'm selecting total population, apply, and now it's actually showing me the population, the total population for each of these census blocks. So again, anytime I'm going to actually want to paint them into my district, I'll click the paintbrush. Remember, I have this green District 2 selected. So paintbrush, paintbrush. There we go. Now I'm adding into District 2. The other thing you can do other than just clicking is you can click and drag. And you can click and drag to select multiple blocks. Again, if I wanted to shift and start using precincts again, I just click precinct, and then I can select entire precincts. All right, obviously I've drawn a district that no one will ever draw. In fact, there's serious problems with it. It's not compact. I guess it's contiguous, but it's setting up this block to be non-contiguous, and I'm doing this on purpose because I want to show you not just how not to do it, but I don't want to plant any ideas out there, NDC thinks this should be a District 2. Absolutely not. So one of the cool things about this tool is after you've drawn some districts, you can click this analytics button, and it will actually tell you what some of the problems are. So if we go down to the requirements here, it says this map may not meet basic requirements. Why? Well, it's not complete. If the check completeness, it says all precincts are assigned to districts. Nope, we didn't finish our map, so that's a red X right there. Yes, we were contiguous, at least with what I drew. Free of holes, apparently. Well, until I drew the district that had the hole. And did we meet that equal population? Do districts have roughly equal population? Nope. So this can be really helpful for you to not even have to remember all of that legal criteria, but some of it is here and it automatically being checked for you. I can click map to go back to the map. And perhaps I want to, send this map over to my friend who has some other better ideas than I do. I might want to change the name of it, right? If you want, you can put your name in it. It doesn't really matter what you change the name to. But then you can also share it by clicking this icon here on the top right, share map. And it will give me a link that I can copy and paste into an email to my friend or an email to the city of Camarillo to say, please consider this map, right? Please post this publicly. I definitely don't want to do that right now. So we'll dismiss that. The other thing I'll show you is, again, you do have to have an account. All you need for your account is an email address and a password. And when you log in, you can either click the link on the city's website to get to this template, or you can log in here. It will immediately show you your maps. You log in and you can get to maps. You can search for it as well in the search bar by typing in Camarillo. You could find it that way. And the other thing you can do is, let's say I started that and I think it's terrible. I want to do another version. I want to start over. You'll check the box next to it and you can click duplicate. And it takes a moment to duplicate it. I usually hit refresh a couple of times. And there now we have copy of Camarillo redistricting template, which is excellent. So that's another thing you can do if you want to create multiple. And perhaps, let's say this copy of a copy is a map that I created that I think is actually really excellent. I can also hit the publish button. And once I hit the publish button, I could write a little description here, talking about why my map is so excellent for Camarillo. And oftentimes we want to hear from the people drawing the map. Why did you put the boundaries where you put them? Were you trying to keep together a specific community of interest or neighborhood? Or what goals, what goals did your map have? So you could type that in there. And then when you click publish, it makes it so that anyone can search and find that map. So when you're completing your map and you want to enter it into the public record, you can either click publish, and then you can label it and give it the label, this is label, give it the label of Camarillo, then we can search for it and find it, or you can share it and email the link. So there's multiple ways that you can submit this map to us. And if you're an advanced user, there's a lot of tips and tricks out there on the internet. There are tutorial videos, but what I do think is really nice is just the basic tool itself. The process of actually drawing the districts is quite easy, and the data automatically appears for you. So all of this demographics, the total population by race and ethnicity, the citizen voting age population, or any other demographics that you might want to see are automatically created for you. We definitely need to get rid of this because we're not supposed to be looking at partisanship. So that is something I will have to fix. Last thing to show you is probably just the eraser. If I decided this district doesn't look so good, I click the eraser. And just the same way I formed the district, I can erase it. And I could erase everything here. So very, very happy to have this tool available. I do hope that we receive public maps through this tool and through the paper tool. And I think I'm going to pause here or end here and take any questions the council may have.
Questions? I found this very difficult, as you said, to get an account, to get logged in. Can you go through that a little better? Because it, at least for me, it involved more than just clicking on a city, clicking on the link that was sent to me.
Yeah.
And signing in. It just didn't want to give me the map.
Yes, I can show you how to do that. And then the other thing I can show you is if we can type in here ndcresearch.com/Daves, there's also even, there is step-by-step instructions to do exactly what the mayor was asking. It's ndcresearch.com/Daves. DRA actually stands for Dave's Redistricting App. I don't like to call it that. That makes it sound like I'm going to get a burger at Dave's. No, I'm doing something very important for democracy. So here are screenshots that walk you through how to create the account. And you know, as I'm learning this tool, I'm learning that what might be easy for me isn't necessarily what's easy for someone else. So
I'm not very techie, but I'm assuming there are lots of other people out there who aren't
Oh,
very
yeah.
techie either.
Of
So
course.
that's why we need the explanations.
Exactly. So this shows you how to search for that map, and I'll see if I can demonstrate that here. We probably need to log out.
Kristen, if you go into, yeah, you probably would need to log out, and if you go, I would start on the Camarillo's website. Yeah, and then go into one of those linked DRA or Camarillo's mapping template. If you go in the mapping template, because you're already logged in.
It's going to pull it up, right?
Right.
Yeah. So what happens if you're not logged in? Oh, no, it actually doesn't. It does give me view only. So when you just go to the website and click on this and you don't even have an account yet, it says view only. And so it's going to give you the option to, it takes quite a bit of time to load this. You have to be patient. But it's going to give you the option to copy it. Oh, but it doesn't give you it is still logged in, isn't it? How do I log out?
Yeah, it may be, so you go into the, on the left there,
Here,
yes.
Yes, perfect. Okay, log out.
And you may want to log out of those other maps as well.
Okay, so we're going to start here. You go to this page, you're going to click sign up. All you have to put in is an email and a password. You don't even have to go through your email and confirm it. So it is that easy. Now, once you're logged in, okay, so here we are, we're logged in. We're going to go back to the home because that's exactly what you're going to see once you put in your, I have no idea what that's doing. I'm going to click home. This is exactly what you'll see after you create the account and log in, right? You're going to click Maps on the top right. It's going to load nothing, right? Because when you're logging in for the first time, you won't have any maps. So you need to search. And the search is not entirely intuitive. You want to go ahead and click My Maps. You want to actually select something different. So you have to press this arrow to give you more options, because otherwise it's just going to search your maps. And when you're a brand new user, you won't have any maps yet. So you're going to click official, or you're going to click published maps, I'm sorry. So the My Maps button, click down, and you're going to click published maps. What that's going to do is that's going to pull up every single map submitted everywhere. You don't have to worry about that. You might laugh when you look at it, right? But then when you type into the search bar, it's going to search the entire universe of maps. So you're going to simply type in Camarillo. So if you type in Camarillo right here, then you'll be able to see the two templates, okay? And of course, this one that I published, which is copy of copy. So you're going to have the option then, because you've created your account, you've logged in, you've searched published maps for Camarillo, and you're going to be looking for Camarillo redistricting template. That's the blank start from scratch map. Or if you want to just explore or modify the current districts, you can click Camarillo current city council districts. Okay? And this is kind of nice because I really hope when I come back to see you the next time in January, that when I type Camarillo in there, I'm going to see a much longer list of maps that have been published by members of the public. And we will continue to update the city website as we find ways to streamline these instructions. And as NDC develops a video tutorial, we are aiming to create a 5-minute-ish video tutorial that we can then have published for people as well.
Tony.
Well, I was going to suggest, and thank you for your presentation, I was going to suggest two things. In addition to this tutorial, which I'm hoping is going to be done and online very soon, you might also consider doing a 1- or 2-page sheet that says, here are the steps. Because notwithstanding your excellent presentation, it is difficult to follow unless you have sort of a cue sheet in front of you. It seems to me it would not be that difficult to create that based on your presentation tonight. So my thought would be that you consider doing that, because I think that will help facilitate people's access. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Tremblay. We do have a sheet already on the website. So it's the tutorial as you're speaking of. And what I'd like to do at this point is I'm going to walk up to the podium and get the mouse, and I'd like to walk you through something on the website so that we can show our viewers where they can find some additional information.
But I was also speaking to creating the account, to what the mayor had asked about, in terms of creation of the account. Does that also include the creation of the account?
Yeah, let me walk up to the podium and I'll
does,
bring up
that's
the
why.
website and.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if anything, we probably have too much instruction right now, and I think the goal is figuring out what are the instructions that are actually working. As the mayor mentioned, some of these instructions didn't work when you tried them, so then we need to give you the other ones that will.
I don't know if we can make this the view any larger. But if you go to the city's website, this is a redistricting page, and you land on the redistricting page. So from the city's main page, right at the top, you'll have a link to the city's redistricting page. You can read about information on.
Where is that link at the top?
So let's go to. I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Jeffrey. So this is the city's homepage, and right up at the top, we built a link to the redistricting page. We wanted to make it prominent. We wanted to make sure that as soon
Okay.
as you came on the homepage, that's one of our trending topics. So you click in there, you land on the redistricting page. You have some information on the process, how to participate in drawing and submitting maps. You have some information on the online tools, and then the PDF version of the mapping tool. So how to use DRA. You visit the city's DRA by using this link. You must first create an account on the DAR site in order to create a district map. I think the concern that what we're going to do is we're not going to be able to jump to that because Jeffrey's account is logged in right now. So I'm going to try to log out of her account and then just start that all over and see if that, I'm going to log her out and see if that will work. Once you create your account, the system will recognize your login. And so there it's recognizing Jeffrey's login. So it brings up the city's main page. That's the city's main page. Oops, I'm sorry. So that's the sign up that. So you'd come in here, that's where your login or your sign up is at. You can sign up an account. This is where Kristen mentioned you just simply put your email address and a password and you sign up. You can come back in here if you'd like and go to the Camarillo's template once you've created your account. So once you're logged in, you can access Camarillo's map on this page. That's the second opportunity to go right into the city's template, and that's where you can begin working. So we wanted to put the most simplified or simple tips that we could give the members of the community on this page right up front. So it walks you through how to start creating maps. It tells you how you can submit your map to the city clerk at the cityofcamarillo.org account. And then for more tips, click here. So we developed this PDF so that folks can also download this, and we continue to refine this. And so this can walk you through the process. So if we need to refine it and be more precise, more specific, we can do that. So the first step would be visit the DRA by using this link. We have the link on there. Sorry, I'm jumping around here. Let me download that again. It also talks to you about how once you're logged in, you can access Camarillo's map on the link. And so again, that was the mapping tool that you saw with all the current districts and the population that's been filled out. It also gives you tools on the template page. Please click the paintbrush icon to make editable copy of the map. So once you hit that, you can start working on the editable copy. And then it walks you through some other steps on how you can edit it, how you can save it, and so on and so forth, how you can submit it. And then just other tips and tools as we continue to work on it, we come up with other tips that we want to make sure that we share with the community so that it can help them walk them through this process. So again, what we would recommend to the community is that you come onto this page and you start with step 1. You visit the DRA's map by using the link to the DRA, and if you don't already have an account, you will create an account, and then you can begin on the Camarillo's mapping template. We will also be providing a video. We were hoping to be able to use tonight's video, but because we jumped around so much, I don't think this would be helpful. But we can create a PowerPoint video with a voiceover so that we can walk the community through this process. I think that would be very helpful, and we'll work on that in the next few days and hopefully get that up right away. In the meantime, in this version here on the map, this should be able to walk any community member through that process. And we have refined it since posting it on the city's website on October 30th. We have made some improvements to this page so that, and then continuing to add additional detail to hopefully walk the public through this process. Okay, we'll go back to the PowerPoint.
All right. Any additional questions from council members?
Any questions? Apparently not.
I know our eyes are all glazing over. It is a bit much. I do want to say that this is an excellent tool that has been around for many, many years. However, it only became available to local governments about 2 months ago. So we are happy that happened so that we could pivot away from a tool that was sort of imploding. But we're still learning, but it is a good tool. So again, go to the city's website. There's lots of wonderful information. And that's all I have for you.
Okay, tell us again the 2 ways to submit a map.
Yeah. So you can submit your paper map either by, if you actually draw on paper, you can take a picture of it with your phone and you can email that picture in. You can mail the paper map.
And both of those would be to the city clerk?
Yes. So with redistricting, usually the city clerk has the biggest and most important job in receiving all of the map submissions from the public. So when you go to the city's redistricting website, it will give you the email address for the city clerk to submit maps. So you can submit your paper maps that you've either drawn by hand or drawn on your PDF editor on your computer, or your online map that you've created. So the online map will suggest that really any map that you draw, unless you're physically turning in the paper map, which is also fine, that you will want to email to the city clerk. We also sometimes have, these super technically proficient folks who use their own mapping software, and they will send, files from their own map. They will send shape files. Again, can be emailed to the city clerk. We will accept your scrap paper that you drew streets and names and you labeled the parks, and we'll accept all of that.
Put it on a napkin.
Yeah. But we will. And then that's my job to sit down and input all of that electronically.
But this one is not like the other one was, where it doesn't have a submit.
That is I think the main weakness of this tool is that it does not have a single submit button. The closest thing that you have to that is the checkbox where you hit publish. I won't be able to find it if you call it Mayor Craven's map and you don't put Camarillo anywhere in the title. But if you label it Camarillo, I could find it. So one thing that makes it easy to do is just to say, please email the city clerk. Even if you hit publish and you wrote Mayor Craven's map, you still want to email the city clerk and say, hey, I submitted this map. Make sure it enters the public record.
So in our tips, we need to say to put Camarillo in the title of your map.
Okay. And we do suggest that if you're using the mapping tool, the online mapping tool, that you submit your map by using that share icon that you'll see at the top of your mapping page. This will create a link that you can copy and paste into an email, as Ms. Park said, and then you send the link to cityclerk@cityofcamarillo.org. That is in our tips, and we will make sure that you put Camarillo in the title of your map so we can always find it. But we do request that you send it to the city clerk so that it enters the record.
Okay.
Your Honor, can I ask a question?
Certainly.
Yeah, so your suggestion is that you just get on this and just start working with it. Is that really the best way to kind of go about this? Not the best way, but one way to go about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm one of those people who wants there to be one set of instructions where it says do step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With these tools that are more advanced, there's multiple ways to do things. I think following the PDF on the city website, follow those step-by-steps, that's probably the easiest way. And you can print out that PDF of step-by-steps, and that's what I would do.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, this is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing. I don't have any cards. I'll ask the city clerk if she has cards. Is there anyone who would like to speak to us? Please come forward. Let me state the rules. Each person has 3 minutes. There's a clock that you can see. When the time gets down to 1 minute remaining, there'll be a tone, and then it'll say 1 minute. When it gets to red, and when it shows 0, your time is up, and I will call you at the end of 3 minutes. So, you're on.
Hi, Mayor Craven. Was here earlier. Jeff Walker, resident of Old Town and member of the Camarillo Old Town Association. We weren't originally planning on speaking on item P, but we wanted to come down. But this was really the reason for our interest in the agenda tonight. Really, we believe there's a community interest that's being divided in the current setup. And really, from our perspective of Old Town, this is a neighborhood that was divided by the 101 when it was blasted through. And I think the community interest is really anybody that is on that 101 corridor. And that extends from Temple down to, the new construction that's, in the Springville development. Living near the 101, you have a constant din. There's a constant noise. And we already know there's studies that anybody living near the 101 is 5 times more likely to get asthma. It's also a part of the city where we have the worst pedestrian access. I believe the worst in terms of safety. There's a lot of questionable pedestrian crossings. I know in Old Town we've got a couple. This is also an area that is kind of old construction. If you look, areas that included the area around here on the multifamily development here, this is all old construction. There's a picture of it showing Lantana, and it's pronounced this. This is the first multifamily development in Camarillo. If you go down that corridor, and it's really Ponderosa, when the nature of Camarillo changes. You look at Arneal, You cross Ponderosa, it's now wider and it's residential. It's a kind of a tight commercial. You go down Carmen, we cross Ponderosa, now it's on a windy road, it's residential. I mean, here it's a little more of a diverse district. The gentleman was talking about the multifamily. This is actually if you're going to go west of the railroad tracks, would be the majority where the multifamily is. So we want a better voice of renters. Let's put renters together. They're being chopped up now in various neighborhoods. This really kind of gets around to where people, if the 101 didn't exist, where would they be walking to? And we feel it would be our downtown. And it's just kind of working on connecting that. So it was just the definition of community of interest. Thank you.
And be sure and submit your own map, too. We're asking each person to get onto this website and submit maps if they have an interest. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak to us on this issue? Seeing no one else come forward, I'm going to close the public hearing and I'll open it up to the council. We're just receiving information tonight, but if anybody has anything to add. Susan.
The other thing that I learned watching the Board of Supervisor meeting yesterday was the fact that they held it via Zoom. Is there any possibility of us doing that to increase the outreach for people who can't show up, or is it too late for that? Are we able to Zoom one of our public hearings? The next one, I guess?
That's a matter that we'll discuss with the city manager. But we are also going to be using other tools like our open town hall, in which we can also have, maybe a Q&A session in that as well. So we're going to, we have a video that's coming out talking about the importance of public participation, so that will be coming out and we'll be posting that through social media. So I think we're looking at all different possibilities of how we can communicate with the public and making sure that, especially if they have challenges or concerns with how to draft the map. So we want to make sure that we're answering those for the public. So they can give us a call too. If you're doing this and it's during working hours, we'll be happy to talk with you. If it's after hours, we'll get back to you the next morning. So we'll put out as much information as we can using different media outlets.
Additionally, people can submit letters, right? And they are made part of the record.
That's right. Any comments that are provided would be definitely recorded for the record. And as Ms. Parks mentioned, if you do the paper maps or you do your own maps, or it's text, meaning that you have comments via text, all of that would be taken into consideration, and the demographer, our NDC, will be working with us and putting that together as well, reporting that to the city council.
Okay, so.
Your Honor, I'd like to receive and file.
Okay, there's a motion to receive and file. A second, please vote. Motion carries unanimously. Next public hearing is to extend the temporary moratorium prohibiting self-storage facilities. Could we have a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Craven and members of the City Council. At the City Council meeting on October 13th, the City Council unanimously approved an urgency ordinance that declared a temporary moratorium to prohibit self-storage facilities in the LM and M1 zones for a period of 45 days, which is set to expire on November 26. So since that time, staff has begun the review and study of this item, but we do need additional time to fully complete our analysis, and we are recommending an extension to the ordinance by a period of up to 22 months and 15 days that's permitted by the government code. We wanted to mention that David Moe had indicated in the agenda report for you this evening that we had a meeting scheduled with Mr. Doug Off that had reached out to Councilmember Tremblay when this item was being considered on October 13th. And David met with Mr. Off, and he is the owner of Golden State Storage, which is at 300 Ventura Boulevard. And Mr. Off reviewed the map that staff prepared of all the recently approved self-storage facilities in town. and David explained that we have 2 pending self-storage applications also. Mr. Off was thinking about potentially constructing a new self-storage facility, but after he realized that there are 10 existing and 2 pending, he indicated to David that he's not interested in pursuing that. So that was the gist of that meeting. And with that, staff would recommend that the City Council request a reading of the title of the ordinance, and then waive further reading and adopt an ordinance that extends ordinance number 1183 for a period of time of 22 months and 15 days as permitted by Government Code Section 65858. Staff doesn't anticipate utilizing all of that time, but we definitely need more than the original 45 days that were allotted by the original urgency ordinance. That concludes our presentation.
Any questions? Okay, this is a public hearing. I'll open the public hearing. I don't have any cards. I don't know if the city clerk doesn't have any cards. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak to us on this item? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close the public hearing. And with that, I will request a reading of the title.
Yes, this is ordinance number 1186, an urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Camarillo, California, extending a temporary moratorium on self-storage facilities in the limited manufacturing LM and light manufacturing M1 zones.
I'll waive to move further reading, adopt an ordinance extending ordinance number 1183 for a period of time up to 22 months and 15 days as permitted by Government Code Section 65858.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Please vote. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we added a subsequent need item earlier. The nature of the item is the maps that the county is considering in their redistricting, and particularly Camarillo. And I believe staff has.
Madam Mayor, could I
Yes.
ask for just a brief 5-minute recess?
Certainly.
Go to this item. Would that be okay?
We will take a 10-minute break.
Oh, okay.
10 minutes.
Just need to okay, thank you.
Freeport.
Thank you, Mayor Craven and council members. At yesterday's public hearing of the Ventura County Board of Supervisors, the board voted 4-1 to eliminate all 5 maps that were before them for consideration. Those were the same that were attached to the board letter for the hearing. What they did vote to move forward were 2 newly introduced maps, which they will be considering at their next public hearing on November 16th. Neither of the 2 maps that are moving forward keep Camarillo whole. This is one option. As currently configured, it splits Camarillo into 2 districts. The county council at the end of the board hearing explained that the supervisors did request that this map, even though it's moving forward, be adjusted. And the adjustments include keeping Ojai Valley with Ventura and moving the Oxnard Airport into the primary Oxnard district. This is the other map that will be moving forward for consideration on November 16th. And as currently configured, this splits Camarillo into 3 districts. The supervisors requested that several adjustments also be made to this draft map. And those include tweaking the district lines to accommodate our concerns to keep Camarillo more whole. They also wanted to look at the SOMAS boundary and consider putting Silver Strand into the same shoreline as the Oxnard area. So the concern that we have with these options is that they divide Camarillo into multiple districts. As we've discussed, the city's desire is to remain in one supervisorial district. However, if the board does move forward with a map to divide Camarillo, we have urged the board to divide Camarillo into no more than 2 districts in a way that keeps our community of interest intact to the greatest extent feasible. So this item was placed on tonight's agenda for your discussion, and this concludes staff's presentation.
Okay. Would like to start discussion. Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, maybe you could walk me through this. Okay, if it does cut us into 2 districts, where are the boundaries on those districts, or have they even delineated it to that detail yet?
So what they've done so far is just the separation by color, and I recognize that this map is zoomed out, but Camarillo is right in the middle on this map, and so you'll see that the 3 separate districts that this carves us into are the lighter blue, the yellow, and the magenta. This other map with a different color scheme divides Camarillo into 2 districts, and this one's a little bit more difficult to see, but the 2 different colored areas are the lighter green and the yellow.
Do you know offhand what they do with SOMAS? Is SOMAS included in either one of those?
So with the one that splits Camarillo in 2, SOMAS is included in the district that has the substantial portion of Camarillo, so the green district. And then with this map that divides Camarillo into 3, SOMAS is actually included in the yellow, which connects it with Thousand Oaks, Santa Rosa Valley, and the Santa Monica Mountains.
And is Mission Oaks whole in either the 2 or the 3?
In the one that divides us into 3, Mission Oaks is largely kept whole.
But doesn't it look like Leisure Village and Camarillo Springs are in the Thousand Oaks district?
It does. I believe this one splits Camarillo along the Callegas Creek, which would then keep not all of Mission Oaks, but a majority of Mission Oaks in that district with Thousand Oaks. And then the one that currently splits Camarillo into 2 districts does divide up Mission Oaks a lot more, north of the freeway and south of the freeway. So Camarillo Springs would be with Thousand Oaks, and then the area of Mission Oaks that is north of the 101 would be in the Green District with SOMAS and the Santa Clara Valley.
And my final question, when will the final map for the county be decided, the final?
We believe, based on the conversation yesterday at the board hearing, that the board intends to adopt a map next Tuesday, November 16th.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Tremblay.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Michelle, it looks like the 2 maps, can I just refer to them as the 77412 map and the 78227 map. Is that okay? What do we have on the screen with us right now?
What we have on the screen, we actually have the link at the very bottom of the page, and I apologize, we put this together very quickly. But this one has the ID reference 78432. And then this one has the ID reference in that link as 78227.
Okay, so 78227 and 78432 are synonymous for those purposes, right?
Correct.
Okay, on this map, this map divides Camarillo into 3 districts, right?
Correct.
And, I'm sorry?
I didn't get a map. Everybody else has a map.
Oh.
Okay. No, go ahead, you need a map too.
I'll use Tony's.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Okay. So this map, Michelle, I'm trying to understand, is the pink portion of the map, is much of the city, is the dividing line there south of 101?
Yes, it's south of 101. It is it is west of Callegas Creek and east of Las Posas.
Okay, and then it looks like, okay, so everything within the city that is east of Callegas Creek would then be within one district, correct?
Yes.
It would be in the, what we'll call the yellow Thousand Oaks district, right? Okay, in this map, is the airport included, where is the airport located? Is it within the green district?
Yes.
Okay. And then can I turn to the other map? The other map is the 77412 map. Sorry, I know I'm making you switch.
We're getting there.
I know, thank you. These are the only 2 maps that the supervisors have had moving forward, so. Okay, is this the 77412 map?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so in this map, it appears that the portion of the city south of the 101 is in one district, the yellow district, correct?
Correct. Including Camarillo Springs.
And the portion of the city north of the 101, including all of Mission Oaks, and does that also include Leisure Village?
Yes.
Is in the green area?
That's correct.
And in this map, the airport is included within the green district. Am I correct?
Yes, it is.
Or maybe that's yellow, sorry.
It's tough to see on the screen.
That's my color challenge in coming forward. I have it in green on here. Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Ramirez, I had indicated that I had drafted a motion. Was that, and that was in our earlier 5 o'clock calendar, has that been set out in typewriting? Or
We have prepared that for, to be projected onto the screen, yes.
Okay, so Madam Mayor, when the time is right, I have a motion that I would like to offer, but I may be premature in that if there are questions by other council members and any public comment.
Do other council members have questions on the maps? Susan?
I'm sorry, I don't have questions, I have comments.
Oh, did you have a question?
I have comments.
Oh, are there any questions? Okay, comments. Now.
Yeah, Mr. Tremblay asked the questions I wanted to about clarifying exactly where the airport was. And the other thing that I heard really clearly yesterday was that they wanted to move forward with these maps with their tweaks. I believe that the tweaks are probably not going to be possible. I think they're being really hopeful that they're going to be able to just make these tweaks and have this map that works. So I'm just sharing that. And both of these, I'm really concerned about where the airport is. they're both seem to put the airport in a district that is not the majority of Camarillo and the majority of the impact of the airport on Camarillo. So, so I'm concerned about that. I thought I had something else. If I remember, I'll raise my hand.
I was floundering around without a map. Could you put this one, I don't know what the name of it is, but it's got blue at the top, up so I can see where the airport is exactly?
I believe that's this one.
That is that one, okay.
Thank you.
And that is Camarillo Airport in that district, okay. And in the other map, it's then in the green district, the light green district.
Correct.
Okay. So in neither case is it in, as one of the maps they were looking at previously, in neither case, Camarillo Airport would be in the same district as the Oxnard Airport. My concern was this pink area came up that doesn't look pink on there, it looks purple on there. That it came up and covered Camarillo Airport, but it looks like it stops something to the east of Camarillo Airport, is that correct?
Yes, it is. And so both of the options here have the Camarillo Airport in a separate district than the Oxnard Airport. And both of them have the Camarillo Airport in the district within Camarillo that has the most substantial population of Camarillo.
Okay. And I will explain to anybody listening, my big concern about Camarillo Airport is I do not want it to be in the same district as Oxnard Airport, because then Camarillo would not have a Camarillo representative on the Oxnard Airport Authority. Mr. Tremblay.
Madam Mayor, let me just go back and reframe the question relative to the airport and ask it of Michelle. Michelle, it appears that with both of these maps, the way the airport is situated, that there is a majority of Camarillo's population in each of these maps. In other words, the airport is situated such that in each map, it is located in a district that contains a majority of the city's population. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Are you sure? If you look
Yes,
at it and take away everything east of Cayugas Creek, and then take away the part that's in the pink at the bottom, I do not believe that this map that has blue at the top actually has a majority of Camarillo population in the area of the airport.
Well, it's hard to tell because 77412 has a substantial portion of the city's population. The one that was in pink that has the city divided into three.
Right. It doesn't look like it to me.
It may or may not be. I just don't know. It's hard to know. But I will say in 78227, also known as 78423, the city is divided into three parts. So.
Right.
One more thing, that just to throw this in there to make it even more complex. They also talked, I think it was 77412, that they wanted to move the pink. They wanted to extend the pink area so that Oxnard Airport would be in that pink area.
And it isn't now.
Right.
Yes, you're right.
Okay, so we have the two maps in front of us.
Your Honor, can I ask a question before?
Yes.
So what are our options here tonight?
Mr. Tremblay.
Well, Madam Mayor, it's a perfect segue. I have a motion that I drafted while we were speaking during council comments earlier that I provided to staff. And I kind of wrote this up in a hurry, but it consists of two prongs. Number one, or it's our request that number one, the County Board of Supervisors minimize to the greatest extent, that should say possible, not possibly. Well, that's my bad handwriting. The greatest extent possible, the division of the city into multiple districts and no more than 2 districts. And number two, the county airport be placed into,
Camarillo Airport.
yeah. it
They're
should
both
say-
county
No,
airports.
I understand that. It should say the Camarillo Airport. Oh, actually, yeah, the Camarillo Airport, I apologize in my handwriting, that the Camarillo, this is what happens when you do this on the fly, when you draft on the fly. The Camarillo Airport be placed into the supervisorial district which contains at least a majority of the city of Camarillo's population. So, anyway, with those two changes, change the word possibly to possible, and the county airport being Camarillo Airport, I was trying to figure out a way that we could articulate our concern, but it may be imperfect, I don't know. But anyway, that's what I would offer as a motion.
Could I ask get some further clarification on that, if I may, before, I don't know
Sure.
if you got a second, or are we just discussing this,
Well,
or
let's
is
ask
that a
what-
motion?
Ask what it means.
Okay. Would it, and maybe it's too late for us, with that caveat there, would it behoove us to submit a map that does that along with this?
Let me just say, it's really hard to get a map because they have a tool, and the tool is not correct. You can draw it so it looks like it has all the right numbers, and it's wrong. We submitted 2 that we thought were correct because of their tool, and they didn't meet the criteria. So it's impossible. Only the county people who are doing this know the correct things.
Okay, but do you see my point? I mean, do we leave it up to them to draw a map with these 2 caveats here, or do they need further direction on that? And if we can't really submit a map that they accept, then we don't have a lot of options, then, do we?
Sean and then Susan.
To Kevin, to answer your, I have a comment of my own to answer your question, Kevin. I assume the staff will, between now and the supervisors meeting next week, will continue to look at how these maps can, if there is a way for us to make a map that is most suitable to, obviously, our residents' interests. And
Yes, we are continuing to work on it, given the information we just received yesterday. But it is difficult, as Mayor Craven mentioned. But we are still plugging away and trying to come up with options.
yeah, it doesn't help when the tool doesn't give you accurate information and allow you to keep within the boundary. I had a question on the motion
Sean,
presented.
can I ask one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just have one follow-up to his, do you mind?
Yeah.
Is there a way that we can get the right criteria so when we do submit, when we do submit the map, that it's acceptable using their criteria? Is that an option? Is there a way that we can call them and say, hey, we're not doing this right? How do we do it? Is that?
Not technically, not right now, no.
No.
No, I mean, we've probably spent over a week or 2 of staff time working on it just to find out that the tool is actually incorrect. So
I didn't
from
mean
that
to interrupt you,
perspective.
Sean, but if we don't have the right criteria, what's the point of?
Nobody has the right criteria except the county people.
Okay, so I guess we just submit what we can, and we'll be there and kind of try to explain it then.
Sean, continue.
This was brought up earlier, and Susan, I think you addressed it. Tony, I think you did as well. The fact that in both these maps presented before us, in which the supervisors are kind of going off right now, the airport is in a district, albeit in 227, yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily a majority. Maybe, let's assume it is a majority of Camarillo residents. The airport is in a district
in a district separate from the neighborhoods that are most directly impacted on the approach to the airport. Should those not be, those are the neighborhoods pretty much south of the 101, should those not be in the same district? Not only a majority of Camarillo, but I have a concern with putting the Camarillo Airport in a district opposite of all the neighborhoods that are most directly impacted. I mean, when we look at, if you look at the monthly noise complaints, they're all south of the 101 in all those neighborhoods.
Right, there are very few from the Springville area.
Madam Mayor?
Because they don't go up there. Yes.
Yeah, no, and that's a good point, and I understand. I was just trying to get a conceptual motion out here, but it seems to me that maybe a way to articulate this, Sean, would be to modify number 2 in such a way, because number 2 really deals with Camarillo Airport, but to modify number 2 to articulate your concern, and I'm certainly open to that. I was just trying to get something out on the table, so to speak.
If there were a comma and it said including the area under the straight-in flight path. The straight-in flight path comes over Old Town. The other two are right turn over 101 and you turn right and get there, or left turn coming up Pleasant Valley and turning left.
So
Those are the three approaches.
So for example, this is, we're legislating on the fly here, right? But you could say the Camarillo Airport be placed into the supervisorial district, which contains at least a majority of the city of Camarillo's population, comma, and which.
Or just add on to the end.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to figure out the verbiage that you would want to
Straight-in approach.
put in the end.
Neighborhood underneath.
Including the neighborhood underneath the straight-in approach.
Including, let's see.
Areas.
Well, you could say something like including the
Most
geographic,
impacted areas?
including the geographic areas within the city that are within the established,
under.
within the established,
Under the straight-in
Within-
approach.
okay, within the established approach to the
Straight-in
airport.
approach,
I know, I'm not quite sure how to
yeah.
word that, but you see where I'm going with it, and I'm trying to add to what,
There are three approaches, a right-hand turn, a left-hand turn, and a
and
straight-in.
the straight-in approach.
And the straight-in is the one that comes in with Old Town under it.
Right over Old Town and Mission Oaks, part of it.
So why don't we include that verbiage then in a final clause to number 2?
I'd say Mission Oaks and Old Town, you could really define it.
Well, not necessarily so much Mission Oaks, but it'd be Woodside Greens, Village at the Park, and Old Town.
Correct. Those are the areas most affected. So
And
including
that's the straight-in approach.
Why not just identify those neighborhoods, as you just did?
Okay.
Woodside Greens, Village at the Park, and Old Town.
I'd say the adopted flight approach.
IN, straight in, not straight out, straight in.
Madam Mayor?
They're coming in.
Madam Mayor, will the county know what that means, the straight-in approach? I think we know.
Well, the ones on the airport authority will.
My thought, for what it's worth, would be is if you identify the neighborhoods that we just talked about, Woodside Greens and Village at the Park and Old Town, there's no doubt about where they are, and you wouldn't be debating the question of whether it's
Well, we still need to say under the straight-in approach, so they'll know why we're talking.
Right, well, you could put including, you could substitute the word neighborhoods for the phrase geographic area, and then you could also put in parentheses after the word approach, the list the neighborhoods that are affected.
So-
Does that, Sean, does that? Trying to get, anyway.
Yeah.
This is why it's hard to do this on the fly.
The question whether they would understand what a straight-in approach is, I think the two would. By listening to neighborhoods, I don't know if they explicitly know what the
I don't
neighborhoods
think
are.
they know where they were.
Could you just say south of the 101? I mean, we only have so much space within the city south of the 101, and all those neighborhoods, pretty much, with maybe the exception of Camarillo Springs, are encapsulated within that.
Well, you could say including, and I know, Carmen, you're typing, but, including the neighborhoods of the city south of Highway 101.
Are they going to understand?
Under the straight-in approach. Well, I was going to say south of the 101 between the words city and under.
And Mayor, if I could suggest, I believe staff can work with whatever you come up here tonight and kind of elaborate in a communication to the board on behalf of the council utilizing this motion. So we don't have to have it 100% accurate tonight. I think we get the message. And we will plan to expand.
No,
on it.
and I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make sure that we be as specific and articulable as possible regarding what we want on this. Does that to me is a real improvement on this. I think I would suggest that you delete the comma between city and south.
Yeah. I think that's as close as we're going to get it.
Well, under the straight-in approach, do we want to say under the airport's straight-in approach, flight
We
approach?
already got airport in that sentence.
Does that include Camarillo Springs?
Well, that does, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Specify exactly what we're talking about.
It really, to me, it includes Woodside Greens, Village at the Park, and Old Town.
Old Town.
Correct.
Is that?
Well, but if you read it, it includes Camarillo Springs.
Yeah. Well, the only change I might suggest is.
West of Pleasant Valley Road.
No, I wasn't going to go there. I was going to say, I don't know, but since we're not naming the neighborhoods, I'm wondering if we had to replace the phrase "the neighborhoods" with the phrase "geographic area," which gives us, but anyway, I'm not, that's not.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
That's not something I'm going to
Sean,
insist on.
Can I raise one more question? Should we articulate the mayor's concern about making sure that both the Oxnard Airport and the Camarillo Airport are in two separate supervisorial districts? Just in case it goes there, they know our position on that.
Sure, I'm happy with that.
that's a number 3.
At a number 3? Yeah.
Well, this specifically says the Camarillo Airport, but yeah, if you want to add that.
Because we know this conversation will, amongst the supervisors, will continue to evolve. They're going to get more maps, but we want to make sure that as their consideration evolves, it doesn't evolve into somehow clumping those two airports together.
Right. And Carmen, I would say, are placed in two different supervisorial districts. Or we could say distinct, but different's fine. No,
That looks fine.
that looks fine. Thank you. Well, if everyone is good with that language, I'll make this as a motion.
Okay.
I have one more suggestion. I might be redundant, but at the end of 2, after approach, do you want to say to the Camarillo Airport? I mean, perhaps it's obvious, but.
I would support that.
Can I ask a question? Your Honor, can I ask one question when you have a moment?
And actually, I'm sorry, Mr. Cook, can I just do one thing?
Go ahead.
Just technically speaking, wouldn't you want to say straight-in flight approach?
I think, no,
No,
it's
too
called a
detailed?
straight-in approach. Flight is not in that word.
Okay, all right. Yeah, well, those,
My colleagues who sit on the airport authority, you know what the nomenclature is, sorry.
No, that's what it's called. They got a book. And you flip through to the straight-in approach.
I have a question. Your
Is
Honor.
straight in hyphenated?
No.
Have one
Kevin.
follow-up. I don't know if this is overkill or not, but do we also want to have a map at our disposal that specifically does this and submit it right then? I don't
Well,
know if
it'd
that's
just be that
overkill
one
or
little
not, but
part,
I know
because
staff
any
would be
other part of
working
the
on a map.
We don't know if it's going to be right or not.
Right, but staff would be working on a map, we can at least have it there if we feel it's advantageous to us to.
Well, I don't think that needs to be part of the motion.
It doesn't, I'm just throwing it out there for,
Well, let's
Or
get the
tickle
motion
fire.
over, and then we'll talk about the maps.
okay,
One thing at a
all
time.
right, I'll support it.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the motion? Okay, please vote. Motion carries unanimously. Now, I think staff has gotten our direction. If it's possible to put together a map, we'll put together, the staff, I say we, I'm not going to take any credit for it. I'm having a hard enough time looking at, trying to get on Camarillo's, on Dave's side. I tried the county one and gave up when I realized it was all wrong. At any rate, if staff can get a map together, we'll do it.
That would suffice me.
Otherwise, I think we're just going to have to go with our motion and take a look at how they tweak these.
Yeah.
Because they're going to have somebody do all this tweaking, and I'm not sure they're going to come up with all the tweaking and their number one criteria, which is to have two majority or majority-minority districts. Okay, is there any other business to come before us? We are adjourned.